Muchas gracias, afición. Este es para vosotros.
Okay. I hope I didn't scare you guys. We had a little bit of have some complications again. Whenever we do Gunpla building, it's the setup is always a little bit more intense. But I'm so happy to see all of you. How is everyone doing today? Happy Sunday, everyone. What is oh yo 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 yo? Hold on. What the? Hey. Jeez. I literally just started the stream. Hello. Patoru! Wow! I literally just kick-started the stream, man. I just started coming in. Shout out to Patoru. Hello everyone, welcome in. Well, thanks for bringing your amazing community over right off the bat, man. Oh, hey, this is great, man. Hold on, give me a sec, guys. Let me... Wait, who clipped that? That's an amazing intro. But thank you so much for the raid. Wow, you have no idea. I literally just started the stream. Also, in case you're wondering why it took me so long to just kickstart the stream, well, as you can see, as you can see, I have not actually bought a new pair of gloves just yet. I'm using the same pair of gloves from last week. So it's M-size gloves, and that's why it literally just ripped as I was putting it on to prepare for today's stream. But how is everyone doing? Patoru and everyone from his stream, thank you so much for bringing your community in. What can I say, man? My name is Tovakin, lecturer by day, streamer by night. You came in just in time because I'm about to start building Gunpla. I know it took a while to start, but this is the reason why it took a while to start. Look at those professionally toned surgical gloves, yes. Well, I've been meaning to buy bigger gloves for today's stream, but unfortunately, the order has not come in. Oh my god, it has not arrived just yet. Okay, so I'm still waiting for my order of black gloves. So I'm still using this one. Unfortunately, I still have to utilize this for the time being. I may just use one hand to operate on our dear friend over here, but this is what we are building today, guys. All right, our good friend Barbie. In case you don't know what Barbie is, this is who I'm talking about. All right, we're not if you guys don't know why it's called Barbie, basically because it's Gundam. It's called Gundam Barbatos, right? And if you don't know what Gunpla is, it's basically Gunpla. Gundam plastic models, alright? That's what Gunpla actually stands for, okay? Gundam plastic models. So give me a sec to set this up. I've been so preoccupied with bringing up my... Give me a sec, guys. I've been so preoccupied trying to put on my gloves that I have not actually set up my my lights just yet. So I hope this light does not drop. I definitely need some kind of, like, you know, stand for my lights. Hopefully this stays. But hello Potoru King, though that isn't really your intro, so what was that about? But thank you for bringing your amazing community here. I really appreciate it. Also, right off the start of the stream, again, you guys came in just in time. Now, usually if we're not building Gunpla on stream, if I'm not performing surgery on some random plastic model, I'm off ripping gloves. Else I'll be playing RPGs on stream. That's what we usually do on stream most of the time if we are actually playing games. So we just completed what was it? Breath of the Wild. Okay, Zelda Breath of the Wild over the past week. So those of you who hung around and stuck through with me till the end, I really appreciate it. All right. I'm sorry for those of you who have waited so damn long. Like I said, it's meant to resolve this, but maybe. I don't know, this looks so weird to do on stream, because if, let's say, I were to switch it to, well, if I were to change the scene, let me bring up my camera app for a bit. Placid, welcome in! Placid for you, what a name. It's good to see you here on stream. Yeah, so if I were to switch the scene, right? It's gonna look not very aesthetic lah, to be quite honest, because you're literally looking at me like this. It looks like I'm like a hobo, right? I can't afford like proper gloves and stuff. But There we go, guys. This will be the scene that you will be accustomed to. I used to go by Flacid. Oh, Placid is a streamer as well. Oh, nice, nice. What do you play League of Legends? I assume. Welcome to the stream, Placid. It's good to have you with us. Good to know fellow streamers as well. Playing Dead by Daylight, growing together. Join Discord to join us. Well, I would say your new name is definitely a lot better than your former name that you actually came up with. So it's nice to meet you, Placid rather, from Potoro stream, I assume. Streamer as well. Welcome in, welcome in. Well, I hope you guys enjoy your stay here, because today is what we call Gunpla and Chill, or as chat has very affectionately called it as well, build chilling. All right, it's a callback to John Cena's, the popular meme by John Cena called Bing chilling. All right, but we have re-christianed it as build chilling. So instead of Bing chilling, all right, that we're having here, we are gonna have a very nice serving, a nice helping of Gunpla today. So I hope you guys are into this. All right. We're not just building any ordinary Gunpla though today. Some basic question whether or not it's actually a Gunpla. It's actually a... Okay, so this model is called a high resolution... What was the term for it? High resolution model Gunpla, right? Which is basically has a Gundam frame, right? And all you need to do is just to extract parts from it, and then attach it onto that Gundam frame. And I'll show you guys what I mean once I make the switch, and then you guys will pretty much understand. Oh, sorry, this is not the scene. There we go, much better. Gundam is amazing, and Cena is dope. Cena actually just came back to the WWE. For those of you who watch that show, watch WWE, you probably will know that yes, he has indeed just returned to the E, as they like to say, as I like to call it. But okay, as you guys can see here on this Gunpla, all right, just to give you guys a little bit of education educate you guys a little bit, you can see that it's half built, and the reason why it's half built is because we only completed like a part of it in the previous stream, which is half of it. So the upper body is done, and as you can see, the incomplete parts are pretty much just the Gundam frame itself. Yeah. By the way, those of you who just came in, especially Potoro, if you guys are tired from your streaming and stuff, yeah, please feel free to pop on out. I completely understand. Just really appreciate that you guys have come in together today. Also, hello White Wolfie, happy Sunday to you. What is the haps with you? Welcome in. He looks naked. I mean, he looks scrawny as heck right about now. I mean, it's basically just his skeleton at this point at the bottom. Yes, I hope everyone's having a great day. I hope you are having a great day as well. Also, I don't know why my webcam is not showing up. I think because the previous stream I did not reset my camera back. It always happens. But I hope you guys are into Gunpla. Because we'll be building a lot of it here today. Hey, yo, what is up with this, man? Let me custom this. There we go. Much better. Oh, wow. Now my face is really huge. Yeah, let me pump it down a little. There we go. Much better. So I won't obstruct you guys from appreciating the beauty that is Le Bubble Toast over here. Alright. So let me move this one side. Alright. So usually I take quite some time to set up this kind of stuff on my stream, and also so thank you guys for your patience. But I hope you guys are ready to complete this thing. Well, I don't think I will be able to complete this thing today, to be exact. To be honest, I was a bit hesitant to come on the stream today. Mainly, again, because of the weather. I hope you guys are staying nice and dry wherever you are. Because currently here in Singapore, it's a little bit wet. Right, it's currently raining outside as we speak. And in case you guys are wondering, yes, this is the box that we are talking about, let me just bring out my set of tools that I am going to operate on it. You have one model to build, but you are lazy to build it. Just build it, dude. I think the biggest challenge when it comes to starting or doing a model, right? A model kit or building a model kit really is is getting started on it. Because once you get started on it, everything else is just home free from there. Yeah, so I think the biggest challenge, yeah, really is indeed getting started on the model itself. So all you need to do is just to get past that point of starting on the model. Once you break it out and once you start nipping off the stuff and putting it together, man, I tell you, the motivation will be there. The challenge always is breaking it out and continuing with it, which is also one of the reasons why I've started building these, model kits on stream, because as you guys know, I have a huge backlog of Gunpla. I mean, if I were to switch scenes back to not this. If I were to switch scenes back to this, you guys can tell that I have a whole bevy. And this is not all of the Gunpla that I have at the moment. There's a bunch of stuff that I have not built just yet. So I have to build this no matter what. If not, it's just gonna be stuck in the box half the time. It's never ever gonna come out. So again, this is why I decided to start building Gunpla on stream again. And it's not a hobby that I picked up like midway through and stuff like that. I've always been interested in doing Gunpla. So if you guys are into it, do let me know. Do let me know what plastic models that you have or you're planning to build and stuff, because we can exchange tips, we can exchange our love for the building game, for the building of Gunpla and stuff. And one and all are welcome. So whether or not you're here because you like Gunpla or you just want to chill with the music and stuff, song requests are on, by the way. ! SR followed by the YouTube link to the song you want to hear. I really look like I'm like a broke ass mofo, with these like half ass with these torn gloves, but it is what it is. I'm just gonna run with it. All right. It sounded like I just gave off a really loud fart. But yeah, okay, so this is what we are building, and usually I like to put my box over here just for display during the stream. You're deciding if you want to paint it. Okay, what model kit are we talking about here, by the way? And of course, we're just gonna start things right off the bat because I was supposed to stream yesterday. But I actually got invited to a play. No, not a play, to a musical. Maybe I should just mention it very briefly. I was invited to a musical called & Juliet. Last night was the gala premiere of this musical called & Juliet, and I think those of you who are in my Discord, by the way, !Discord, and you will find my server down there is the latest announcements all happen on that stream. Najwan, welcome in. Najwan, I didn't know. Wait, does Najwan stream? Najwan, you stream, man? I am not aware that you actually stream. Hello, how's your day? And thank you for the Heal Hydrate. Sorry, I did not see. I got carried away. You're right. That's why I thought, right? But thank you so much for the Heal Hydrate. I appreciate it. I was just talking about that I just came. I was supposed to stream yesterday, but I was actually invited last minute. Me and my wife, my wife was invited last minute to a musical called & Juliet, and it was funny because when I made the announcement yesterday on my Discord, all right. Thanks for putting up the link, by the way, Dexifer. When I announced it on my Discord, right, that I was going to watch this video called & Juliet, right? It's literally called & Juliet. And Dex actually DM'd me. I mean, he's such a great mod, right? He DM'd me and said that, I think you made a spelling error. Alright? I think you made a spelling error. Isn't it called Romeo and Juliet? Right? That's the play everyone is familiar with, right? Which is written by Shakespeare and stuff. And I told him, no, actually, it's not called Romeo and Juliet. It's literally called & Juliet. Okay, I'll show you guys the exact poster for it. Well, not the poster, but the invitation. And you guys can actually go and book tickets to it with this promo code that I'm going to show you guys on the stream. It is literally, this is what it's called, okay? It's called And Juliet, right? Right? So it's gonna continue all, it just had its gala premiere last night, and it's gonna, the performance is gonna last all the way, or this show is gonna last all the way until 15th October, guys, alright? Tony nominated Broadway smash. I didn't even know that this was Tony nominated, and I didn't even know that there was such a play exists until they started promoting it in the bus stops and stuff. So yeah. It's not Gundam, it's from Good Smile Moderoid for Magic Knights Ray of Mechas. You mean this Gunpla? Okay, I know it's is it not by Bandai? You're talking about this thing, is it? You're saying this guy is not from it's not from Gundam? I got debated. Yeah. So it's actually called And Juliet. Okay, guys, alright. So they are playing on a few nights. I don't think it says here, but it's gonna last all the way to 15 October. Hello, Problem Logic. Welcome in. I think it's the first time I'm seeing you here, huh? Okay. Oh wait, you're building a mecha, right? Your backlog is Good Smile Moderate for Magic Knights of Ray of. Oh, okay. So it's not actually a Gunpla, but it's still a model kit, right? Nonetheless, this thing. Good Smile Moderate for Magic Knights. Oh, I'll look that up in just a bit. But yeah, this is what I was invited to, and guys, you should go and check it out. I would give this. Okay, how can I best describe this play? This musical. All right. Okay, so this musical basically is a retelling of the story between Romeo and Juliet. As you know, Romeo and Juliet is written by William Shakespeare, right? And it's actually known as a tragedy because, for those of you who study literature and study, and read this story before, you will know that both Romeo and Juliet died at the end, right? They basically both unalived themselves because they all thought both of them were dead, all right? Basically, you guys, the summary of the whole story is that Romeo and Juliet wanted to get together. Both their families not happy that they want to get together, and because Juliet couldn't. Was it Juliet that couldn't? Wait. Juliet couldn't take it, and then she took a potion, right, to make it appear that she actually died, right, and then actually she just got put to sleep, right. Romeo saw that his true love was dead. He unalived himself, and Juliet woke up from her supposed dead state, right? Saw that Romeo was dead, and then proceeded to unalive herself again, right? So it's a tragedy, all right? They both unalive themselves because each of these partners unalive themselves. Okay, it's yeah, right, correct, right, guys. Remember Shulmana, yeah, verifying that. Okay, so this is a retelling of that story, from the perspective of what happens if Juliet never actually unalived herself, right? That is the best summary I can give you for this play or this musical without giving away too much, right? Without giving away too much, okay? So go and check it out for yourself. The best way I can also describe this musical is kind of like if you are a millennial, if you love Backstreet Boys, if you love Britney Spears, if you love the music from the 90s, you should definitely catch this play, alright? Because I'm a millennial, right? I came from the era, right? There were a lot of songs from that era, and they basically worked with the same person that wrote the music for Britney Spears and Backstreet Boys, right? So a lot of the songs, right, for this musical is based around Backstreet Boys and Britney Spears, okay? Just go and check it out yourself, and you guys will understand. In my opinion, the story was a bit campy in this musical. Okay, I'm gonna give you my honest opinion. The story in this musical is a bit campy, so don't go in there, expecting for it to be a really good story, because it's a comedy. It's a very comical retelling. Okay, I would say. I mean, there are serious moments in the musical, but it's a very comical retelling of the story of Romeo and Juliet. Okay. So is Romeo still unalive or still alive? Well, go and watch the play yourself, and you will understand. Okay, I don't want to give away too much. I want you guys to go and check it out yourself because it's actually really good. The story is really campy because there's it's full of plot armors. All right, this entire story. Let's just put it that way. Okay. The plot armor begins first and foremost with Juliet actually not dying in the story itself. That's why it's called And Juliet. Because, to give you a big hint, okay, Romeo still remains dead for majority of the story, I would say. Alright? That's why it's basically called And Juliet. Right? So go and check it out yourself. If you want to know what kind of themes are in there, basically they say that if you are 16 and below, you need to be accompanied by a parent because there are very mature themes inside. There's vulgarities. There's a lot of female empowerment, and but at the same time there's a lot of gender fluidity inside. There's seriously a lot of female empowerment themes, okay, in this play, okay, in this musical. So if you are into that kind of thing, go and check it out. All right, I recommend. Also, all right, real quick, all right, you guys, if you are interested, you can very quickly snap a picture of this, scan this QR code right now here on stream, right? If you're interested to get a 20% discount, all right? I'll post it on my Discord as well if you guys are interested. But you can scan this very quickly. I'll just leave it up for like about a minute and then we'll proceed with the Gunpla building. But yeah, use this code. I'm sharing it with you guys as it says here, right? So that you can get 20% off your tickets for Romeo and Juliet. Okay, not Romeo and Juliet. Okay, it's Juliet. Romeo's back, alright. Well, like I said, I can't give away too much, but he is dead for majority of the musical. That's all I can say. You got a minute to scan it. Yes, you guys have a minute. I think the code may not be that clear because it's also quite reflective. Sorry if you guys can't really see it. I was at a theater show last night called Grapple Max. Yeah, right. I saw pictures of it, and I saw pictures of the new place. It's actually looking really good. I'm very how do I say? I like how a lot of the things at Grapple Max. I mean, the videography now, especially when it comes to talking about the characters in Grapple Max and surrounding the wrestling promotion is actually it's getting better. The production quality is actually getting a lot better. CKTTG Discord. Oh yeah, I'll definitely check it out. Funny enough, you should mention Kick to the Gut because Mr. Young was actually at the play yesterday as well. He was at the musical yesterday, and I only found out about it today when I checked my IG stories, and I say, "Oh my goodness, you were at the musical last night as well!" Like, geez, why didn't you tell me you were there? But he absolutely enjoyed it. I totally did not see him last night, but yes, Mr. Young was there at the musical as well, and okay, so. There you go, guys. All right, I'll put this out on my Discord later, so you guys hop on in if you're not in the Discord yet, and if you're interested to check out the play, yeah, you can scan this again later and go and have some fun at the musical. Okay. All right. So overall, I would give this musical all right, a 8 out of 10. All right, and like I said, very honest review because the story, as I mentioned, is actually very campy. All right, it's really very campy. But that's it. The song and dance, right? The song and dance numbers in the show are second to none. Like, it's so good. I think it's the first time I saw a musical where the performances are actually much better than the story. Yeah. So I would give it an 8 out of 10. Yeah. It's not the best musical that I've seen so far or I've ever seen, but it's really good. If you're really just there for like dance and performances, then this is the musical to catch. But I will say that the story, okay, why the story isn't as good? Also, hello, Mr. Isaac.
Shut up. I'm like.
Hand sweaty, mouse is wet. Nuts, hand sweaty, mouse is wet. Oh, playing Titanfall 2 again. Hello, hello.
Wait, don't.
Hey, now you're playing God Eater.
I'm not gonna click
Also,
that.
happy Sunday.
No.
Welcome, welcome.
Shoot, my hands are so sweaty. My mouse is wet.
Wait, your mouth is wet and your hands are sweaty. That sounds like a certain song that I know. How's your Sunday, by the way, Mr. Isaac? I was just sharing with the stream about the musical that I saw yesterday called Anne Juliet. I think if you've seen my announcement on Discord, you guys will know that yes, I was at this musical last night. Okay. Not to worry, guys. I will show the promo code again. Well, the QR code. I'll put the QR code on my Discord so in case you guys are interested to go and watch it. Okay. Well, I hope you're doing good, Mr. Isaac. Tired but chilling. Well, you come to the right place because, like I said, today is build chilling again. It's really, the weather is really fantastic for resting and sleeping and stuff. Like I said, every time nowadays when I come on, I'm really just tempted just to just not to do stream and just build it off stream and stuff. But you know what? For you guys, I will stream and I will try my best to complete. I don't think I can complete this build today, to be quite honest. Because like I said, it's build chilling, right? Build chilling because we do things very chill down here. And it's called Anne Juliet because, like as I mentioned earlier on, the basic summary of the story is a retelling of Romeo and Juliet. And in this case, Juliet does not unalive herself. Okay, so it's a what-if retelling of if Juliet chooses not to unalive herself. So, I think you guys will find it very, very interesting, especially if you're a literature nut. Yeah. Well, if you're a literature nut, you may not like the story too much. But you know, the story is a bit campy. But I said that, as I mentioned, the song and dance numbers in the show were really second to none. Probably one of the better ones that I've seen in a long while. It's not the best musical, but one of the better musicals I've seen in recent years, to be very honest. It does not show the backstory of Juliet, by the way. It is basically a retelling of what happens if Juliet does not unalive herself upon seeing that Romeo unalived himself. Yeah. I think that's the best way to describe it, right? Yeah. Right. So I'll leave the rest for you guys to go and watch it on your own and yeah, and enjoy the musical, right? By the way, it's happening at MBS. By the way, MBS Marina Bay Sands, the Mastercard Theatre, where a lot of the plays are taking place nowadays. Also, so yeah, if you are staying around like the south side, you know, it's very easy for you guys to get there in general. Yes. So yeah. Go check it out, guys. Really, really good. Really, really good music. Really, really good song and dance numbers, and that's all I will say about it. If in case so that I don't end up spoiling you guys. All right. All right. Let's get this show on the road with more build chilling, as mentioned. And if you guys came in just in time to see me start build, to continue with this build, thank you for hopping in. Really, really appreciate it. There's a lot to be done here today. Like I said, I really doubt I can finish this this model kit. I can complete this model kit, but I will try my best. Also, yes, I am very much aware I need to buy new gloves. Because these gloves absolutely do not fit me. Okay, hold on guys. It's a bit too big for me. Where's my runner for C? Okay, I'm trying to look for my C runner. C. By the way, yes, again guys, song requests are open for you guys to upload your favorite songs. You can do that by, oh there we go. We can do that by using exclamation point SR followed by the YouTube link to the song. Right, there we go. Right. Oh, we actually have not opened this. Is this C? Eh? Oh really? Yeah. We actually have not opened this. Oh, interesting. So the next musical will be just Romeo. Okay, so I'll give you guys a heads up, right? The whole story, there are a lot of female empowerment themes inside this musical, which is why it's simply called And Juliet, right? And Romeo, well, he's pretty much absent, like I said, for most of the show. So that much I would say. See what grade is my Barbie? High. Okay, so I showed you guys earlier. It's a high resolution model. So it's the size of a master grade, but it comes with a pre-built Gundam frame. It comes with a pre-built in the frame already. So it's the high resolution model kit from Bandai. Yes. Like the movie, or is that the nickname of Barbatos? I nicknamed, okay, someone, I think it was David, here on stream, that mentioned that I'm actually building a Barbie because his name is called Barbatos. Hey, yo! Well, we got a lot of, oh well, we're coming in with quite a number of raids, huh? Say hello, SWAT! Oh jeez, I didn't know you were streaming. Dude, if you were streaming and you had continued, I would have popped in a raid for you. Shout out to SWAT SG, of course you were playing Euro Truck Simulator. What is that? Grand Theft Auto? Yikes, okay. That's one way to wreck your... get 5 stars real quick. Thank you so much for the raid, SWAT SG. Hello everyone from SWAT Stream. You came in just in time because we literally just started our build chilling stream. We are building Gunpla today.
Crushed by the truck.
Well done, Andy. You managed to kill yourself miraculously. Yeah. But you're not dead though, right? Doesn't look like, I mean, I mean, in GTA 5, you for some reason physics don't work like it does in the real world, so it's pretty hard to unalive yourself, right, in GTA. How was your stream earlier on? And everyone from SWAT SG stream, hello, welcome in. My name is Tovakin, lecturer by day, streamer by night. Usually on weekends I build Gunpla, right, which is what I'm kind of doing now. So if you love Gunpla, you came to the right place, and we call our Gunpla building streams build chilling. All right, I know, very creative, right? And on most weekdays, you will catch me playing RPG games, or a variety of games rather, I would say. And we literally just completed like Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild like over the past week. So I hope your stream was fantastic. Thank you so much for the raid, SWAT. It was good. A lot of accidents and stupid things happen. There we go. Okay, this always wrecks my my stream. But there we go, guys. Thank you for redeeming that, David. Yes, I think what David was trying to do is to show my collection of Gunpla, but it always causes my camera to go bonkers because it accidentally rotates my stuff. Alright, David, I get it. Okay, we get it, David. Yeah. Alright. It's not foolproof, okay? I apologize for that. I need to find a way to correct the angles for these redeems. But thank you so much for the rate of 2,000. SWAT. And Zavoget, hello. Okay, for those of you, like I said, we got raided earlier by Potoru, we got raided by you, SWAT. So if you have to pop on out, because I'm sure you had a really long stream, if you have to head on out and do what and work on other stuff or just simply rest, don't feel obliged to stay. I mean, even just a look will be fantastic. So thank you so much. You keep your steering wheel. Okay, can. Yes, please keep your very nice Logitech steering wheel. Which, by the way, is a very good steering wheel, I must say. Anything that's Logitech related, except the webcams, by the way, are actually very good. I'm sorry, Logitech. I'm just being real here. Logitech webcams, for one, I thought were actually fantastic. I mean, for those of you who are starting off, who just started streaming, Logitech webcams are great. But I think as I've continued to stream over the years and over the as I've continued to, you know, discover more things about streaming and stuff and get more experience, I realized that Logitech cameras, in hindsight, are really basic and sometimes are not good enough, for my streaming needs. I think they're good for conferencing, but that's about it. But everything else, Logitech peripherals are actually really good. Like the G502 mouse is actually really, really good. So, but yes. SWAT, I totally digress. Please go and keep your steering wheel. Hey, YT, welcome in. Piggly Main, thank you for the follow. I'm assuming you came over from SWAT stream. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the follows. For those of you who have followed and I did not acknowledge, this is me acknowledging. Always double. Logitech mouse also always double after a while. I own 3 and both double clicks. So wait, so your Logitech mouse after a while you click once it does a double click of sorts? Man, okay, so wait, after how long? Okay, when did this start happening? Like, was it after a year you started owning or started using this mouse or mice? Then it started happening. By the way, I want to be very dead honest with you guys. I don't like Razer products, right? I think they are a bit scummy. Well, the company is not scummy, but I think they're not. I know it's just that I know people who work there who have been treated really badly. But at the same time, Razer products, I personally feel they don't work very well after a year. I don't know about the recent products that they have released, but Razer, after 1 year, I always break down one. Yeah. Doesn't matter whether it's the keyboards or it's the mouse. Personal experience, after 1 year, I sure pitch out one, alright? Because I bought 2 Razer mouse before. Razer mice before, right? Plural. And yeah. It didn't last very long. I didn't have very positive experiences with both. I just feel they are a bit overpriced for a mouse, to be very honest. Plus minus 1 year. Oh no. Okay, that actually is not very good. But I've seen the reviews and I think overall, like, Logitech mouse, in terms of the experience from people that have used it, it has been generally more positive than a lot of other brands. I think because it's mainly quite affordable, right? You're too violent. Maybe. I mean, I used to play Overwatch with the Razer mouse. Maybe that's why. I played Overwatch very, very extensively. Even going as far as playing rank. So maybe I slammed it a little bit too hard. I bought like a Basilisk V3 mouse at the show. I had Razer Deathstalker keyboard for 7 years, and it's working fine. Oh, okay. Then maybe it's just me. I too violent. I too violent. But in general, I feel I mean, this is not me trying to slam them. Okay, maybe because I've heard like a lot of stories from people working at Logitech. I mean, I have friends who work at Logitech. Sorry, not Logitech. Razer. I keep deviating to Logitech. I don't know why. But I have people who have worked at Razer and they have not had very positive experiences working there. In fact, 2 of my friends who used to work there have already left. They left within like a year or 2 at working there. Yeah. Quick Razer, go Logitech. Yeah, maybe. I don't know if they have an office here though, Logitech. Yeah. They initially weren't doing games, like game-related mouse and stuff. It's only in recent years then they started to, be more, they started to, sorry, let me see this. Oh, shoot, I took out the wrong part. They started to be more involved in the gaming scene with regards to their peripherals and stuff. Jeez, I'm sorry guys, give me a sec. Oh, you play Overwatch too? Yeah, I mean, I used to play Overwatch. I did not play the new Overwatch that came out, which is Overwatch 2. too extensively because, like I said, after Jeff from the Overwatch team and the original people from the Overwatch team left, I kind of lost interest in the game altogether. It was doing so well, and then they made a bunch of changes to the meta, and that's where I lost interest. But good to know that there are people still playing it. I don't know what state the game is in, but I only know that the huge debacle with I only heard of the huge debacle with the heroes PvP not being done. They took out the heroes PvP, and that was a big hoo-ha, and that was pretty much all the Overwatch news that I've heard. And since then, I've heard nothing much from it. Sorry, I need to catch up with chat. I apologize. My turrets kena 2 Razer mice, 1 keyboard, and 1 steel series. Your turrets? Wait, I don't understand. Your turrets kena 2 Razer mice, 1 keyboard, and 1 steel. I don't understand. What specifically? What do you mean by your turrets? So I go with either Eprim or Logitech. Quick Razer. I treasure my keyboards. Yeah, I'm sure, right? Because Razer keyboards are not cheap. I stopped playing games that make me rage. Yo, dude, I completely understand that because it's the same reason why I stopped playing like Pokemon Unite already. Yeah, Pokemon Unite. Initially when it first started, it was a really great game. You know, the community was very friendly and stuff. But as with every MOBA, things get toxic midway through, right? It's unavoidable, and you know. I think when you play things competitively, there's a lot of toxicity, and that is unavoidable pretty much. And I know a lot of you have feedback to me saying that, you know, yeah, you would love for me to go back to Pokemon Unite, which is kind of what I built my streams around. And I know my streams have not been the same ever since I stopped playing Pokemon Unite. I know those of you from my Pokemon Unite days will probably know that, but I've come to a point in my life where I think I cannot really handle the type of toxicity and the competitiveness that comes with mobile games. So you will see in my profile, and I've mentioned it, that I used to play a lot of Monster Hunter. I used to play a lot of Pokemon Unite. Very, very competitive games. Monster Hunter isn't actually very competitive, but it's a game where there's a huge community around it. But I kind of stopped playing it as well altogether because it does make me rage more often than necessary. So I don't know if I'll actually ever go back to, you know, those games. Yeah. I'm using a Logitech mouse now. Mine is Logitech G102 Lightsync Gaming. I know it's free on Steam. But I know Steam the reviews also not very. It's mostly negative. My glove is torn because it's because these gloves are a bit too small for me. I think I mentioned earlier on the stream that I've been meaning to buy bigger gloves, but like I said, the order has not exactly arrived just yet. So yeah, I'm waiting for the order to come. My order of black gloves to come, then you know I'll then I'll start using because these gloves are M size gloves. It's meant for my wife lah, but obviously my hands are a bit too are much bigger than M size, so taller right through as I was putting this on earlier in the stream. I spoiled my Xbox controller because I played too much Monster Hunter World. I understand that feeling. I played so I clocked more than 200 hours on Monster Hunter World, okay, both on the OG Monster Hunter World and Iceborne, right? And I must say it's actually a lot better to play it on PlayStation because after like abusing my D-pad, right, my PS D-pad, right, it's still, you know, it was still up and running when I sold, you know, my PS4 away. So that shows the staying power of, you know, Sony products. Pokemon Unite is not... Yeah, I mean, MOBAs are generally very niche type of games, and I don't expect anyone to play it. It's one of the reasons why I also stopped playing League of Legends. I mean, yeah. I need to try Ultimate Marvel. Funny you should mention, I've actually played that game before. And I know there's a huge FGC community, FGC that's built around it. which is also why I don't really play it. It's so damn fast paced. I also cannot play Unite. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's not anyone. You can connect your Battle.net to Steam. Ah, okay. Terrified of competitive FPS games. Yeah, and that's why I don't play Valorant either. And you still play that, right? Right? I came across some mod for Skyrim. It looks so amazing. You gotta wear the glove slowly. Yeah, no, okay. The thing is, I wore my glove slowly, but I tugged on it a little bit too much, and the whole thing just split. You know? Yeah. Buy the dentist. Oh, you mean the dentist gloves? Okay, I like I said, I've been meaning to buy these. Aren't these the dentist ones? Like, aren't these the same ones the dentist wear? These are surgical gloves, right? Yeah, sure. Yeah, please go and take a break, man. So I know you've been streaming for a long time, so yeah, go get some water, get a drink. You know, rest your eyes for a bit. Maybe even go to bed if you have to. I mean, thank you so much for the raid. I'm a keyboard and mouse Monster Hunter player now. Right. I think definitely your mice and but that kind of is not really the. Okay, I'm not gonna gatekeep, but a lot of people say the proper way to play Monster Hunter generally is with the controller lah. You know, it just feels a bit weird playing it with the mouse and keyboard. But it's definitely a lot easier to aim with a bowgun using your mouse and keyboard, right? The damage can be spread across mouse and keyboard. Oh, of course, yeah. More accurate also, as mentioned. Your keyboard is Red Dragon. Red Dragon is MSI, is it? Or was it like a MS? Was it inspired by MSI? Yeah. Hearthstone is. Okay, I mean, I can't. Okay, I am not really into card games, unfortunately. But I know Tidal Forge, who's one of my best friends and my mod as well. He really is into Shadowverse. I think some of you have heard about that game before. Shadowverse was really huge back then. So I don't know if he still plays it though. Like if he's on stream, he could probably give you a better idea of it, yo. So yeah, that's all I know about the card games. I mean, the last card game I played was Yu-Gi-Oh. That was about it. So yeah. Alright, let me see. I need to take E5. This is C2. Okay, I need to use C2. Again, guys, song requests are open. You guys can use the command ! SR followed by the YouTube link to the song you want to hear, and then it will pop in your song request from YouTube. Right? It's only for YouTube, unfortunately. I can't source it from any other website. If you guys are interested to watch this stream ad-free as well, you don't have to subscribe to the stream. I mean, only if you have money. If you would like to watch me ad-free, you can type !punch, and you will find out that I'm actually streaming on Kick as well. I have to use the word punch because I don't want to be caught by Twitch, because, as they say, Twitch is a very jealous girlfriend. Right? There we go. Alright. You can watch my stream there ad-free because Kick does not have ads. Right? Although the discoverability, as I've been mentioning several times on stream, is a bit dog shit, but hopefully they get their tags up soon. Maybe, yeah. Oh, you bought it from Shopee. Okay. Oh, okay. I think I know which one. It's quite cheap, right? I think. Like the price it's quite value for money, right? I believe that version or that particular brand's keyboard. Sorry. Oh my god, I swear the ads. Okay, let me hide the ads a bit so I can see. Red Dragon. Okay, I know Red Dragon, yes, Bobby Fish. I mean, folks, where's the lie? I hope you got that reference, Najwan. Yeah, I really hope that team comes back together, you know. It's just such a shame that Bobby Fish decides to... I don't know what's going on with him, man. And then Kyle O'Reilly is currently injured and stuff, man. I don't know when they're ever going to get back together. But it's such a waste of talent. Oh, it's around Ringgit 100, right. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Piggly Main, on Kick as well. There we go, alright. yeah, I'm trying to build up my Kick following a bit more because, like I said, the revenue split on Kick is definitely way better than it is on Twitch. I mean, talking about subs, lah, right? Because it's a 95-5 split, meaning we get 95% of the 95% of the revenue from subs on Kick. So, I encourage you guys to hop on over there instead to check me out if you can. I know my following there isn't as big as here on Twitch, obviously, right? Because I've been on Twitch a lot longer than Kick, but I'm hoping to slowly move over to, Kick itself. The problem with Kick is that there's not a huge Asian presence on that site itself. There's a lot of Americans on that site. It's a very US based site instead, so I don't know, man. Oh, your mouse is also from Shopee. Are they both like Red Dragon? Actually, it's quite value. Hey, seriously, ringgit. That's actually quite okay. It's quite value for money. But how? What is your review? How do you? What is your take on the keyboard? Is it actually good? Hey, Combs, yo, welcome in, man. Barbie World, yes, I'm building my Barbie, as you can see here. Gundam Barbitos. Can we give a shout out to Combs? Dex, you want to do the honors? Bro, FPS player in the house. How's your Sunday? I hope your holiday is coming along well. Kerms. 5-star. When I test use, it's good. Okay. If my keyboard ever breaks down, I will definitely give it a shot. I don't think my keyboard's gonna break down anytime soon because it's a custom KB. Definitely a lot more expensive than a Red Dragon. Let's just put it that way. But good to know. Good to know. I'm definitely down for checking out all the alternative, like, peripheral brands and stuff. That's one thing. A lot of us as Southeast Asians, this is what we really like a lot. Things that are cheap and good, right? If it's cheap and if it's good, yeah, you're definitely getting it. Nothing's wrong with your keyboard and mouse. Then that's good enough, right? I think the next thing you should probably test out is the longevity of that product, right? So you can only tell how long it actually lasts. As you continue using it. I mean, obviously not right off the bat, But that's good enough. The fact that how long have you had these peripherals? The sun was great while it lasted, right? Because it's pretty much been raining the entire day. Sheesh. As I mentioned, I was very, very tempted not to stream, as it has been almost every day this week. Every time, there's a little bit of rain, there's a little bit of showers, There's always a temptation just to hit the sack, right, guys? I mean, I don't know about you. Hey, Zavoget also on Kick. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Yeah, I do have a few commands on Kick as well. And yes, guys, in order to earn points, there's a point system and Kick as well, which I think is really cool. In order to earn points on Kick, right, and to use my redeems, you have to keep chatting, right? I think that's a very good thing that Kick has implemented, where you need to continue to chat. It's not just about lurking on stream and stuff, in order to accumulate channel points. But on Kick, in order to accumulate channel points, you need to chat, right? So those of you who are pumping in the commands, yeah, that's great, man. Keep it up. I love it. Oh, you have used it for 7 months. Nice. Okay. Well, so far so good, I guess. Test. Yeah, it's a really cool day. Like I said, the temptation to just sleep in is like even when I wanted to go to church today, right? The temptation just to sleep, to just sleep through and then just watch my service online, because my church has online service, right? The temptation to do that is just so. The temptation to do that is real, man. I tell you. Okay, let me try to fit this in? Is this the right way to? There we go. Alright, these are the kneecaps I believe that I'm building at the moment. So this is E4 and F1. Let me put this one side. E4 and F1. And also, this is the reason why I take very long to build my model kits on stream, because I'm multitasking with you guys here. But that's what I like to do. I just like to chat up with you guys, because if not, Gunpla building just gets really boring. Just me clipping out stuff, nipping off a bunch of stuff, and then putting them together along with some music. It does get boring from some time, so I prefer to do this. I really like this, just chilling with y'all and shooting the breeze, as they say. What about Logitech Flight Sim equipment? Those legs look like those legs look like chicken legs because this is the inner frame that comes with the model kit. All right. So what I'm doing now basically is overlaying all the parts that I'm clipping out onto this goddamn frame. Okay, we call it a goddamn frame. Okay, as David has educated me previously on it. So it's actually okay. This kit, in case you guys are wondering, I think I bought it for about $195 on discount. It's currently running at about 230 Sing dollars, right? So you might have to save up a bit for it, but in my opinion, it's if let's say you want to build something that's a little bit more straightforward, you can definitely get this kit. But it does not come cheap, because you can tell just from the it's actually very detailed, right? Let me see here. Right, because it doesn't just deal with the outer trappings of the model kit itself. It also has the full frame of the model kit built into this thing, right? So that's why it actually costs a lot. And you can see the quality of the materials and the plastic is actually pretty high. It's pretty high quality stuff, So like okay, I can't really educate you. Also, I can't really comment on Logitech flight sim equipment, but I think if SWAT SG is still around, you can ask him about his Logitech steering wheel, and from what I've seen in reviews, the Logitech steering wheel is actually really good. Yes, I know Kick looks very much like a clone of Twitch, and I think they themselves don't deny that. However, they are trying to set themselves apart from Twitch in the sense of the whole point system, the communities itself. There's a lot of Gamba streams on Kick, right? Basically because they are funded by this company called Stake, which is banned in Singapore because it's a Gamba company. But you can filter out those streams, and there are a lot of gaming streams as well. What else sets Kick apart? They have a 95/5 revenue split for their creators. So if let's say you subscribe to my stream on Kick, right? Which, by the way, there's no obligation to. It's just that you will get a bunch of emotes, right? I will get 95% of the sub money, right? Whereas on Twitch at this point, it is a 30-70 split. In fact, here in Singapore, it's not even 30-70 split. We are looking at something like a 20-80% split or something like that. So yeah, but doesn't matter which platform you guys subscribe to me on. You can subscribe to me on either one. I absolutely do not mind, because at the end of the day, it still supports my stream and my Gunpla addiction. IBO frames are kind of weird but awesome at the same time. I must say that I like the IBO frame. The IBO kits, right, actually are very... I like the fact that it looks very makeshift. It looks very homemade in that sense, and it looks very grounded as such, alright? So, and it looks very visceral as a result of that, which is why I kind of like the look of it all. It feels very bare bones, but it looks so badass at the same time, You said you need a break. Yeah, no, SWAT is looking. So you can ask SWAT about, his experience with the Logitech steering wheel. Also, on the contrary, on Reddit, social media, I saw many Razer mouse users saying their mouse works for 5 years and still counting with no double clicks. And since the G mouse double clicks in 1 year. Okay, so like I said, in recent years, I have not really touched Razer mice or peripherals.
The only
Oh, no, here it
kicking it will
comes.
do is kicking this build out of your backlog.
Sadly, I agreed to Trump as well.
Hello, Yoru. Welcome in. Can we give a shout out to Yoru Tami? How's your day, man? Oh no, wait, don't shout him out. Give him the regular shout out, right? The slash shout out one, because I don't want any yaoi on stream. Is my stream audio frying? Is it like lagging and stuff? It could be just a Twitch thing, Please let me know. I don't know. Please let me know if my stream audio is lagging. Okay, then it could might just be you. Anyway, if you want to check Zevo, you can watch me on Kick as well, and I think you can. For some reason, sometimes Kick actually works better than for some reason sometimes Kick works better than Twitch in terms of the servers and stuff. How's your day, by the way, Yoru? I'm not buying sim stuff. I think Zevoget was just asking like what is the what are the reviews like for the sim peripherals from Logitech, which like I said, I don't really have. I'm not privy to those things because I don't own any sim equipment, or sim peripherals. I am saying that on 3 to 4 years ago. Right. Okay. So yeah, that maybe over the years Logitech. I'm getting confused by all the brands. Okay, Razer has, I guess, as such, improved
Want to try the
products.
Trump out?
Want to try the Trump out? Yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah, I have AITTS, by the way. Turtle Beach Velocity 1 Flight Universal Control System, Xbox Series and Xbox Series S and Xbox Series S, Xbox One in Windows. Let's see this. So this is the flight. Wait. Oh, Turtle Beach. Wait, are you? Okay, yeah. Okay, I mean, if you guys are interested in, is this a flight sim stick or is this a steering wheel? I'm assuming it's a steering wheel, right? Oh, it's a flight sim. Dude, it looks like it can double up as like a steering wheel. Not gonna lie. Yeah. I heard yaoi. Yeah, I'm saying to give Yoru a regular shout out. Because he has a yaoi clip, I don't want to get tilted. By the way, if you guys didn't know, yes, I did. Yeah, I did do a yaoi impression last week. You guys can watch it in my clips. Don't bring it up, guys. Yes, I can't handle the yaoi, guys. I can't, right? I had to be forced to kind of do it on my stream. Anyway, it's a chill day today. Gym at home and went to visit grandparents. Nice. Oh yeah, I remember. Yes, you do visit your grandparents every Sunday, right? Pretty much. I think I met you near my place because that's how I found out. Oh, you're using a G25 and it's different. Okay, so I don't know. Does Logitech actually have flight sim controllers and stuff? Do they? As far as I remember, I don't think they have, right? Guys, we are 1.5 hours into the stream and I'm only done with the knees. But yeah, guys, go and check this out. I think it looks amazing. Oops, sorry, yeah. Like I said, I don't play a lot of flight sim, so I don't really have a need for this, but Turtle Beach is another peripheral company which has been on the rise, I would say, as of late. They have their own controllers as well, their own Xbox, their own PS5 controllers as well. So I guess if you want to upgrade your peripherals, you can definitely go check out Turtle Beach. I think they are more console focused, I think. Oh, you don't? Okay, you don't think so? You don't think they have flight controllers or flight sim controllers? Well, it's good because I think Logitech should just focus on their PC peripherals and mouse and keyboards and stuff. That's where their strength is. Yeah, I really feel. Time to find a yaoi. Oh my god. Flight yoke. Is that what they call it nowadays? A flight yoke? Oh wait, let me check. Okay, in case you guys didn't know, there is a Chelsea match that's actually happening right now. And yes, guys, I'm a Chelsea football fan. What is the scoreline right now? Oh no, this is not good. Wait. This is not good at all. Chelsea got a red card. Oh shit. Oh no. This is bad. This is bad. This is bad. What the heck, man? I don't know how many of you are actually watching the stream, the Chelsea match right now. This is not good. This is absolutely not good. If we get a draw from this, it will be amazing. We just got a freaking red card. Holy shit. Master Builder is back. Hey, hello. Hey, sorry. I think my mods are like busy and stuff. Let me shout out a bunch of you. We have Kerms. Well, welcome to the stream, by the way, Wheeler. I'm not a Master Builder, by the way. I'm a casual builder. Yeah, I know. Chelsea is awful, right? It's such a bad time to be a Chelsea fan right now. Oh my god, but...
Acknowledge me!
You know,
Shit, wait, I forgot I'm streaming.
a true supporter supports their club through thick and thin, right? This is...
I legit forgot I'm streaming.
Man, I don't know what to say, man. This is why I don't watch... I've not been watching Chelsea matches. It's bad. Yeah, check out Kerms. Check out Wheeler KK as well. Wheeler KK is an RL streamer.
Acknowledge me!
Oh, you are
Yeah, you
Liverpool fan.
You are, huh?
Hey, yo! Hey, yeah, why? Wheeler, why are you so abusive? I'm a fan of Towakin. Come on, shucks, alright. Right, don't flatter me like that. I'm just a small time streamer. Not in the top 10 clips. Oh, Tuto or not Tuto? That's the question. Sorry, I just saw your comment on your chat on Kick, Potoru. Liverpool 2, West Ham 1. Well, at least you guys can beat West Ham at home. We can't even beat West Ham away. Like, goodness me. Tough times, man. And now we got a freaking red card in our Aston... I mean, the match is currently happening right now, goodness. I don't even know how to feel about that. But good for you. Those of you who are fans of other football clubs, just be grateful that you guys are not fans of the Chelsea Football Club. Because, oh man, I don't know, man. Oh, this actually goes behind here. Okay. Oh, this one slots right in here, I think. Is that how it works? Yeah, I don't think we'll go very far today on this stream with this build. How does this fit in? Can't see the bore holes here. Am I supposed to put something in first? Oh yes, I am indeed supposed to put something in first into the leg armor, which is this part. I totally missed it. I'm tempted to send the clip. Chelsea 0, Aston Villa 2 for me because of Todd Bowley. Yeah. Okay, to be honest, I think the main issue with Chelsea right now is that they have, number one, too many injuries. Number two, they have too many young players. Too many young, inexperienced players. I don't know what Todd Bowley's idea of this project is all about, but it's just not off to a good start. Yeah, I think we're gonna lose, man. We're gonna, if we can draw and if we can score, it's gonna be a miracle. But I'm happy with just a draw. Yeah, I don't want teacher to murder me. I don't know, man. It's up to you if you want to post the clip, I guess. His project is to get Chelsea relegated. You know what this sounds like to me? I don't know if you guys have watched this show called what's that show on Apple TV? The one about the American coach that was brought in to coach the football team. Ted Lasso. This kind of feels like Ted Lasso to me, right? Like the whole idea of why Ted Lasso was brought in to coach that soccer team in that show, right, was because the owner that bought over the team wanted to bring the team down, right? So it kind of feels like that at the moment, to be honest. I really don't know, man. And I have a feeling very soon Aston Villa are going to score. Like I said, if possession is 50-50, oh shit, man, that is not good. Chelsea are very possession based, so now I think we're screwed, man. Chelsea bench didn't have a good striker. Okay, we had a good striker, but our good striker is injured. He goes by the name of Nkunku. He's the only guy that in preseason who can bury, shots and who can bury goals and stuff. Nicholas Jackson, the new guy, he's a little bit too green at the moment. And you can tell immediately, almost at the start of the season, that he was struggling to keep up. So I am not too hopeful about this side. Now the thing is, Malo Gusto, he's our only right back option, by the way, at the moment, because Reece James is injured. And now that he has got a red card, right, he's gonna be out for 2 games. He is gonna be out for 2 games, man. And I tell you, it's not gonna look good. It's not looking good for us. Yeah. So I don't know, man. Anyway, I'm getting real distracted by the game itself. I should probably focus more on completing the legs at least by today. So let me see. But yeah, it hurts to be a Chelsea fan at this point. Well, I don't know how many of you here are Manchester United fans. I'm sorry for saying this. The only team that can be worse than us right now at this point is Manchester United, with all the controversy and all the poor results that they are experiencing. But they are still above us, so I can't make fun of them too much. Yeah, but Chelsea is really in the dumps, man. Yeah. Oh god, guys, please do not click on that clip. It's it's nightmare fuel, guys. Don't watch it. All right. If you want to, I blame QBC Omega for that. Also, I probably should remove the KTV redeem. I brought it upon myself, lah. Yeah, I'll be real with you guys. I brought that upon myself. But yeah. Okay, give me a sec, guys. I need to. Man, oh man! Like I said, if Chelsea can act out a score, act out like if it's 1-0, man, I'll be very happy already. Why the leg look like chicken leg? Well, as I mentioned, okay, this is the inner frame, right? This is the inner frame. So, Barbatos is known to be a very how would I say, a very skeletal looking Gundam, which is what makes it look so badass and look so awesome at the same time. It's because of this, skeletal looking appearance that it has. So it looks like the freaking Green Reaper, right? As they say in the if you watch, Iron-Blooded Orphans, that's how they kind of nickname Barbatos. It's kind of like the Grim Reaper, right? Luckily, Man United win the game. Yeah, Brighton are the underdogs, but let me tell you, I don't think they will be able to survive Europa League. They're not going to win Europa League. They just lost to Athens at home. I tell you what, man, we shall see. Because now that they have to play more games, right? Yeah, we will see how long Brighton can actually last. Now that they have to play several more games, in the week itself. So I'm very interested to see how they perform. They have a very good coach in De Zerbi, right? They have really good players. They will finish top 4. I think at the most they will finish. Okay. I think they have the potential to hit top 3, but I think this season they'll finish top 5. Maybe they'll finish 5th position. I think Newcastle will drop back to 6th place or 7th place. I have a feeling. If Chelsea can achieve mid-table status, right, I'll be very happy already. Because at this point, we are playing like a relegation team at the moment. It's terrible. Okay, we are still at 0-0, which is not too bad, I guess. Also, Piggly, thank you so much for following me on IG. Thank you. I think they'll finish bottom half. I mean, it's very, very possible we might. If Pochettino does not fix things very quickly. But I feel that the Chelsea fan base, we are so used to switching out managers and stuff. They keep telling us that we need to be patient, it's a new team, blah, blah, blah. I think we're just too used to the fact that we keep changing managers every season. To the point when results are bad, we just get very, very reactive. I think this whole thing is a process. We need to get used to, well, let's just put it this way. Things are going to get worse before they get better, right? In this season. That's how I'm preparing myself as a Chelsea fan, Our results may only start getting better once all of our regular players start becoming fit again and then coming back. And actually the season, right, our pre-season was actually really, really good. And it's really not indicative of our results right now. I know pre-season really does not show what might happen, when the season starts, but it wasn't too bad, actually. Our pre-season actually went a lot better than when Thomas Tuchel was in charge. So I was very, very hopeful, but of course, hopes are meant to be crushed, right? Chelsea, wait, 0-1? Ollie Watkins. Oh shit. Okay, well. It was bound to happen. I am so done with Chelsea, man. Well, thanks for updating me on the scoreline. Yikes. Yeah, big oof, right? Big oof. Where am I watching my matches from? A certain friend hosts this Discord channel where he shares his screen when he watches his matches on StarHub. So that's where I watch my matches. But obviously I'm not watching it now, right? Because I'm streaming and yeah. But when I'm not streaming, yeah, that's where I catch. I'll hop into his Discord and then I'll watch it down there. I use this app called Goal. Wait, do you have to subscribe to it? Because I think I've heard of it before, the Goal app. We need the sauce. Well, okay. This is a private server, okay? Because it's among friends, alright? It's among friends, so I cannot anyhow just share the link, unfortunately. Yeah. Oh, no, you subscribe, but you can watch matches for free. It's literally called Goal, because I know there is a site called Goal itself. Yeah. Or just sign in and sign up. Right. Okay, can. Is it? Wait. Well, is it? Am I going to be like thrown a bunch of ads and malware and stuff when I sign in? I hope not. Because I'm very scared of those things. I almost gonna hack before for using such sites, which is why I use my friend's Discord. I'm trying not to use those sassy sites anymore. And I don't encourage you guys to do that as well, because you don't know what comes into your stream. What they throw into your PC when you use those sites, Oh, you just pick your favorite team in the competition? Okay, Ken. Alright. I will look it up. Goal, right? Is it available on Android? Again, guys, if you wish to avoid ads, you can watch me ad-free on Kick. Or as I would like to say, on Punch, actually. Okay. Well, there's a lot of things to be... Shit, man. I mean... what can I say, man? Now we are losing at home. I think Pochettino is going to be... He's going to be under a lot of scrutiny after today's game, because he is expected to deliver he was expected to deliver, and now he isn't. So he'll definitely be under a lot of scrutiny. I mean, I will be under. I mean, I would, as an owner, I would be scrutinizing him a lot. But as I prepared myself already, as I've mentioned, things are gonna get worse before they get better, and this is just a sign of that happening, man. Wait, let's see. Yeah, Chelsea ain't bouncing back. Oh, it's just called Goal Football News and Scores. The app, not the Goal Live Score. Okay, can I'll give it a download. By the way, song requests are on, guys, as I mentioned. Exclamation point, SR followed by the YouTube link to the song you want to hear. Phase away, raise your flag. Da, 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 da. Well, at least, building Gunpla makes me feel a lot better. I can take my mind off these things when things aren't going well, you know what I'm saying? D11. No, this is F1. D11. Chelsea's problem was the owner, not the manager. Okay, so okay, honestly, I don't know what the owner is thinking lah. Okay, because he comes from a baseball background, right? He used to manage he's the owner of the LA Dodgers, so he's bringing in an American mindset. Okay, and I know his idea of this Chelsea project is to, build build young stars of tomorrow, but he brought in too many inexperienced players. I think that's the problem. The only inexperienced players there are on the team at the moment is Thiago Silva and Raheem Sterling, right? I won't even say people like Reece James and who else? Enzo are experienced players because they're also kind of new to the Premier League. So at the end of the day, you only have Thiago Silva, who is a serial winner. You have Raheem Sterling, that's a serial winner. That's it. So who else is gonna be able to guide the team, man? Honestly, I don't know. So I really hope Todd Bowley changes his strategy after this season, because it just looks like at the moment looks like it's not working. And now we just lost another right back. Our regular right back is already injured Reece James, right? And then now we lost another right back for another 2 games. It's gonna suck, man. It's really gonna suck moving forward. All fun and games until you cannot find your place. Yeah, I know, right? Aiyo. What to do? Signed over 40 players in the last 2 years and over £1 billion, and yet we still cannot deliver. So he definitely is going to get scrutinized, if anything. I mean, I as a Chelsea fan, 2 seasons and not 2 years. Yeah, I know. Okay, but a lot of people are saying that when Arteta first joined Arsenal, right, it was kind of like in the same. They were kind of like in the same spot. But I don't think Arsenal ever dipped into bottom mid-table. Yeah, so I don't know, man. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. That's all I can say. Anyway, I don't want to talk too much about it. Like I said, if we can eke out a draw in this game, I'm very happy already. I think it's a good thing I'm not watching the game. That's all I'll say. Oh man. There we go. Yeah, they finished between 7 and 8, right? They didn't even finish below mid-table, so that's saying a lot about what's happening at Chelsea right now. At this point, we are definitely going to get relegated. I don't know, man. But I would say the injuries are not helping also. Luton Town are the surprise team. You know, that's the only team at the moment that we actually beaten this season. Funny you should mention that. And to be honest, they aren't a very strong team. So it was expected for us to beat them. I tell you, if we cannot beat them, then something is not right, you know. From non-league, exactly right. So that was the surprise. But I think at the rate they are going, they are probably going to drop back. They're going to get relegated again. And at the rate we are going, we are probably going to get relegated, you know. With them, along with them. Seriously, man. We can't even beat teams at home. I don't know what to say. Cannot beat them, joiner. Okay, no. Okay, I mean, I'm a Chelsea fan through and through. You know, when teams are doing... I know it's always a temptation to jump ship when teams are doing badly, but I've been supporting Chelsea all this while. Man, if Todd Bowley is ruining the club, right, man, then I really hope he transfers the ownership over to someone else. I will give him another year to prove that this system works, and not just simply by changing managers, because I think that's not going to solve the problem. The problem is not the manager. The problem really is you're right, it's actually the owner himself. And all this would not have happened, I still maintain this, all this would not have happened if he did not fire Thomas Tuchel. Yeah. Even Forest, yeah, exactly, they can't even beat Forest! Like, at least Man U can beat... Did they manage to beat Forest? I think they managed to beat Forest, right? Yeah. Yeah, and then we drew with Bournemouth, like... Liverpool still 2-1 West Ham, exactly, right? Dude, we can't even beat West Ham, and you guys are already beating them, so I don't know what to say, man. I would say at this point I'm even ashamed to wear a Chelsea shirt, which is why, thank goodness, I'm not even wearing it today, right? Yikes, man. Anyway, I don't want to talk too much. Why must I even bring up this Premier League stuff? Okay, after tonight, definitely there's gonna be an inquest, man, to Pochettino, and Pochettino is gonna, like, man, if he gets, I hope he does not get the sack though. I hope he does not get the sack, because I really think it's not his problem. Actually, Pochettino is a really good manager, but I mean, as evidence from his preseason, but as I know Chelsea fans will just be calling for his sack after this. When he isn't the problem, to be honest. Change to Liverpool. Okay, I think Liverpool is going in the right direction because you have a really great manager in Jurgen Klopp. Jurgen Klopp is a fantastic manager. And he's been with you guys, what, for how many seasons already? You know, with so many players in and out as well, he's still there with you guys. So I salute your manager, man, Jurgen Klopp. I mean, the ownership definitely got hold of a good manager. But the other team, okay, to be honest, the other team that I'm really interested in watching this season, right? And I had a lot of fun watching last season was Newcastle. I just feel that this season Newcastle will definitely struggle because of their participation in Champions League, which they have not been in for a couple of years already. So I won't be surprised if they falter and they drop to like Europa League or something. But I really love how they played last season. They are definitely doing something right. Give me a sec, guys. I'm looking for my other runner here. Where's B? Where's my B runner? Oh, there we go. Alright. B2. Okay, I should cut this side. Okay. The other problem with the team was the expensive signing Caicedo. He always make mistake. Okay, so I think I did not talk about this on stream before. I mean generally people here they don't come to hear me give my take on hot takes on soccer. Okay, because Caicedo, right? He comes from a team that's very well oiled. In Brighton, right? So they know each other very well. Whereas now the thing is Brighton, right? They kind of robbed us with his signing. Yes, he came from Brighton indeed. Brighton robbed us, man, to be honest. 115 million for a midfielder who everybody was hyping up for the longest time. And then he comes in and he makes like the biggest mistake. Like several mistakes, in his first game in. You can chalk it up to his lack of preseason, you can chalk it up to his lack of, game time in Brighton and stuff. But come on, you signed for 115 million and he's still like giving away the ball and stuff like. Funny enough, during the international break, he actually did really well for his team, his Ecuadorian team. But no, I don't know, man. I think I don't know if he's actually in this game because I did not see the lineup. Is he actually in this game? If he is, then man, I think what's the word? I think Brighton really finessed us for 115 million. For a person who I thought is gonna be the second coming of Kante. By the way, Kante is my favorite. Oh! Hey Souls, thank you so much for the resub! Hello, yes. My broken glove, my torn glove is back. What's up, man? Souls, how was your Sunday? Thank you for the sub, man. Actually, why wait for next month? You deserve this. Why? Well, thank you so much, I appreciate it. I don't know what I did to deserve it, but thank you nonetheless. How's your Sunday, Souls? I hope you're doing well. I know you promised that you would sub to the stream once you get your paycheck, but like I said, no pressure to sub, man. Dude, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the sub, dude. Oh, he got subbed off. Man, like I said, again, we got finessed by Brighton. Really, really. I feel we shouldn't have pursued Caicedo. Not for 115 million. If Brighton was really willing to lower the price, then I would have bought him. But you know what? Oh my god!
Gifted a tier
Hey Swat,
to
thank you
Pigley
so
Man.
much for gifting a sub
They
to
have given Sue gift subs in the
Pigley.
channel.
Thank you. I hope not. It's not because of his hot takes on my Chelsea club. But hey, Swat, I appreciate it, man. You're the pop champ. Thank you. Sending you all love, man. Hey, dude, appreciate it. Thank you. You're absolute. Oh, Pigley supports your channel too. Wow, dude. Hey, guys, thank you so much, man. Really, dude. I am just here. You know what you guys are doing by doing this, all right? Not only are you making me feel better about the fact that my team is losing, but you're also feeding my Gunpla addiction. So, for that, I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Chelsea game almost ended. Yeah, wait, let me see. Yeah, another 2 more minutes plus extra time. I don't think Chelsea are coming back from this one. It will be a miracle if they do. It will be a miracle. So I'm not gonna get my hopes up. But thank you for the subs, everyone. Thank you for lurking. Thank you for the rates. Thank you for the follows as well, man. Maybe I should talk about more often about how awful Chelsea is, and then maybe you guys will sub more, right? Man. My pain is your gain, as they say. Or maybe I should just jump ship lah. But I already bought my kit lah. Liverpool 3, West Ham 1. Oh, nice. Okay, who scored in your game? You know how many games did Chelsea win last year? I don't want to relive the nightmare that was last season either. I think this season is going to be a nightmare as well by the looks of it. I need a good cry, and somehow coming to your stream and getting a warm welcome like this helps. Oh, dude, thank you so much, man. Wait, why do you need a good cry? Dude, I hope everything is going fine on your end. And again, dude, like the cry, like this is all for free, man. So I mean, don't feel obliged to subscribe and stuff. I'm just a guy here who just likes to shoot the breeze and build Gunpla, right? So yeah, no pressure to subscribe and stuff like that. But if you do, I appreciate it. It's a war cry. Chelsea. Oh, okay, not that war cry. That war cry is. Chelsea. I can't even sing that with conviction anymore. Every day is a blue day. Yeah, every day really is a blue day. Yeah. Only 2 games since January of last year. Oh man. Yeah, I don't want to be reminded, man. I don't want to be reminded. It's really a shit show. Okay, if the owner is really the problem, right? I really hope that Todd Bowley realizes it himself, and he transfers the ownership to someone else, man. Because it's not working. I think it's the same thing, kind of like in Manchester United, right? Where they wanted what's that guy's name? Ed Woodward or something like that, to get out. And he's also, funny thing enough, he's an American owner as well. I think Americans in general, they don't know what it means to own a football club, because they themselves don't watch football that often. Their brand of football is like the rugby version, which they call football. So I don't know. If only I could war cry, but I know when war comes, I'll be the coward and ugly cry. You and me both, Souls. You and me both. I'll be the first to tell you that if war comes to Singapore, I'll be out of here in a jiffy. But I don't know. I don't know about that. I mean, that would be my initial reaction, right? Also, how am I supposed to put this in? Oh wait, shit, I'm putting it in the wrong way. Good lord. Yeah, but after today's game, yeah, trust me, there's gonna be an inquest. I guarantee you that. The Chelsea fans are just gonna... I mean, if you're me, I would have flipped my shit already. And I'm already flipping my shit. Just doing... I mean, internally, I'm flipping my shit already. Doing this. You know what, Souls? You and I can both cry together after stream. Because I think that's what I want to do right now. After hearing about how bad the performance is. How do I even put this in? Like, am I even doing it right? Wait. The instructions aren't very clear about this one. Oh yeah, okay, so it's supposed to be this down here. There we go. Alright, nice. Okay, this is the shin pads. The shin pads has quite a fair bit, so we will do both sides, I think. G10 F18. What's G? This is why I need to build Gunpla, right? Because real life, you know, gives me so much pain. And I'm sure real life gives you guys a lot of pain as well, right? So it takes my mind off a lot of things. Alright, give me a sec. Let me nip this out. Well, I think I made the right decision of building Gunpla on stream. Or building Gunpla today on stream instead of watching the Chelsea game. I think it was a good decision. So I don't end up like sleeping, you know, with or ending the day on a bad note, right? Although I'll look at the result and be going like, what the hell, man? Todd Bowley, what the hell, Pochettino? Full-time Chelsea nil. Ah, okay. Well, thanks for the updates, Piggly. You know what? I'm happy that for you that your team is doing well. Yeah, it's times like these really that makes me feel like I want to jump ship. Again, I have to say, what really screwed us over is also the whole Russian invasion of Ukraine thing, because, you know, as you guys know, Roman Abramovich was the previous owner and he was a serial winner. I mean, I'm really missing him right now at this point. Man. It's not the same without him. You know. But, okay, I understand that Todd Bowley, as a manager, he wants to make the team more sustainable in the long run. But after today's result, man, I can't say that for sure, to be honest. It is definitely not looking good. I really want to believe in the project that he's building, but today's performance does not give me confidence. It really does not. Anyway, I will try my best to complete as much as I can for both legs today, because now it's almost 11. I would like to call it a day at 12 because I have work tomorrow. And I've been trying to wake up earlier. I've been trying to wake up earlier on most days. Nowadays. Just so I can get my workouts in, because now it's holiday for me. Trying to get my workout in before I start off the day. No, not workout at 12. Like I've been trying to wake up earlier, like around 7, 8 a.m. like that, just so I can do a little bit of workout like stretching before I start off the day. If you guys don't know, I generally do intermittent fasting on most days. In fact, almost every day I do intermittent fastings, and I heard that, or rather, I've been trying to do my workouts while I'm in my fasting period, because I heard that actually burns more fats than, you know, when you work out after food. So that's what I've been trying to do. 90 plus 10 minutes and it's still like 1-0 to Aston Villa. Well, that's all you need to know about the current state of Chelsea, right? You know. Anyway. Let's see. No, it's 9. Wait, the match has not ended yet. Are you serious? Oh yeah, they have not exactly. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, it's probably gonna end soon anyway. Oh, serious? It's still going on. What the hell, man? Logic So, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm just silently hanging out while dealing with a headache. Dude, if you have a headache, please go and rest, man. Please do a rest. Okay. I know you just subbed to the stream. Also, by the way, yes, I have a bunch of emotes that you can use as well if you're subbed. So thank you so much for the sub. But please go and rest if you have 2 souls. Welcome to the stream, Logic Soul. Yeah, it's good to see you. I'm assuming you're new here. So do tell us a bit more about yourself. Don't be a stranger. Tell me how you found the stream, man. Also, wait, give me a sec. Oh, jeez. I pressed a little bit too hard and now this is out. Oh, by the way, guys, in case you're wondering why I'm using gloves for this, it's because a lot of the parts are glossy, very, very glossy. So I am trying not to have my fingerprints like sort of contaminate this entire thing. So that's why I actually have gloves on, right? I will buy black gloves in time to come, so not to worry, and bigger gloves obviously, so that I don't this bullshit does not happen to me again. right? Also, yes, punch away your headache. Right. Yes, guys. If you wish to watch my stream without ads, that's where you can find me as well. I'm on Punch, right? I'm streaming on Punch as well, right? Actually, if you sub to me over on Punch, right, I actually have more slots for emotes down there. So I have a lot of emotes over on a lot more emotes over on Kick, or rather on Punch itself. So do drop me a sub there if you're interested. It definitely supports my channel a lot better if you sub to me on Kick. But either way, it doesn't matter where you sub to me on, whether it's on Twitch or on Kick. Any kind of money and sub is welcome. Also, I have, as you guys can tell on top, I have a dono goal of $300 to reach by end of October, so that I can purchase and cosplay for myself for AFA. Right? I mean, that's if you guys have enough money to contribute. I just worry it's something bad because each time I get a headache, the intensity gets worse. If it continues to get worse, I'll have to go for a scan to find. I just know that it's not because I big brain. It would be nice if big brain was the cause. It could be a migraine, you know. But do get it checked out if it persists or it gets worse. It could simply just mean you need more rest. So I would go and take a Panadol, go lie down for a bit, you know. Full-time Chelsea. Yeah, it's definitely not a good start. But I feel the problem is not with the manager, to be honest. The problem really is the injuries, right? Pochettino, when he started he actually started well, you know, in the season, even though it was a draw with your team, Liverpool, at home, right? They were doing well all the way until we started getting several injuries. Chukwuemeka got injured, Nkunku got injured, freaking Romeo Lavia is now injured. Okay, I seriously don't know what the hell is wrong with the Chelsea team and all these injuries. Are we seriously cursed to the point where every single good player is actually injured? I really don't know. But I really hope they don't sack Pochettino. I think he deserves a full season. I think he deserves a full season. Right? If towards the end of the season he still cannot make it and we end up getting relegated, then I have nothing to say. He just sucks. The curse from last season I blame it on Todd Bowley, alright? Because he sacked Thomas Tuchel. He shouldn't have done that. He really should have sacked Thomas Tuchel. I think that was the drawing point. The worst part, he sacked Thomas Tuchel and he brought in a mid-table coach there. He brought in a freaking mid-table coach, freaking Graham Potter, probably one of the worst coaches that I think Chelsea has ever had, right? No, he has no presence. He has no, sense of urgency whatsoever in his, in his leader. He doesn't have any particular leadership qualities, in my opinion. And then after they brought in Frank Lampard just to tide things through. I don't know what the hell they are thinking, man. But yeah, it's just bad all around. Chelsea got 10 offsides in one game. Wait, is it this game that you're talking about? There's 10 offsides. Man, I don't know. I think the only proven goal scorer that we have at the moment is Nkunku, and seriously, he's injured. Raheem Sterling as well. But I cannot blame Raheem Sterling because he's one of the brighter points in this game. 10 offsides in this game. That tells you all you need to know about Chelsea at the moment. Okay, where were we? Okay, wait, yeah, let's fix up this side real quick. Yeah, really, that tells you all you need to know, man, about the Chelsea side at the moment. Again. I think I should turn off the ara on the bot. Okay, wait, how do I get this in? Wait, does this go under the... I think this goes under here, right? I assume. Oh, okay. I think I know how this works. Oh, jeez. Okay, I just hope I don't snap this. I've been talking way too much. Let me go and grab some more water after I'm done inserting this in. Okay, wait. Oh, I need to figure this out. Okay. How does this even go in? Oh, wait, hold on. I think I did it wrong. Give me a sec. Oh, let me file this down. You know what, never mind, it's fine. Let me just do this real quick. Worst player for Chelsea is Sterling. Man, okay. Best player at Chelsea is goalkeeper Robert Sanchez with 7.9 because of all the saves he did, right? Hey, he was our player of the match the last game. He was our player of the match last game. Our man of the match in the last game lah. Looks like Sterling is back to his good old preseason self, I would say, which sucks. But I don't know what's going on, man. Man management, is it man management or is just poor injury management that's the issue with Chelsea? I can't even figure it out at this point. Okay. Anyway, I don't wish to talk anymore about Chelsea. Yeah, I know. But in one of the games, he was actually our best player lah. So I think it's very hit or miss at this point with what's going on, whatever is going on with him. Honestly, I don't know. Okay, let me. Okay, what's up with this? Let me try to fix this up. I think I need to insert this very carefully here. Jeez, okay. Now this is... I'm not sure what's wrong with this piece, this part. Let me try to... I'm trying to fit this in, but for whatever reason it's not working. Okay, I need to hold this down, I think. There we go. Okay. Fantastic. Alright, perfect! Alright, now it's a problem. Alright, like I said, yeah, I don't want to talk about it anymore. I know Modric is new, he's fresh, we bought him for a bunch of money. We bought a bunch of players for a bunch of money, I know. Yeah, let's move on from the terrible, from this nightmare that is Chelsea Football Club. Is the Liverpool game still happening? Okay, there we go. Like I say, I don't wish to talk about it because yeah, we want to be a bit more positive. That's why the whole point is for me to to take my mind off stuff. Oh, that's good. That's good. Right. I think you would expect Liverpool to win. You would definitely expect Liverpool to win. But that's good. I'm happy for you. Okay. Alright, I think we can finish the... Okay, you know what? Salah, Nunes and Jota. Nunes! Nunes finally scoring, man. That's what you guys wanted to see, right? I think his new ponytail helped. His new ponytail definitely got help. He changed his hairstyle, then suddenly become like the water margin like that. Then he got water margin powers, then he starts scoring. Yeah, I tell you, it's the ponytail, man. His new ponytail. Last 3 games, Liverpool comeback win. I think it's the... Okay, every club has like an in-running theme for that particular season. I think for Liverpool, it's comeback wins, right, this season. That's like an in-running theme for you guys. Okay, I'm gonna get some more water. I'll be right back. And we'll try to finish off the rest of the parts for the leg. If we have time, we will proceed with the waist armor, which actually shouldn't take too long. There's actually only a few parts for the waist armor, so we'll be right back. Wait, is this actually, we literally just gone through a... Yeah, an ad break, right? Never mind. I'll fix up my glove as well so that it doesn't have all this like. You know what? Let me. Yeah, you know what? I'll just leave this as it is. I'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. Alright, okay. Back. Alright, let's do this. Where were we? Yes, we are supposed to finish this, the other side of the leg, that's right. Let's see. So we have the, okay, so normally what I do is I will mirror the build from each side. Yes. Here it comes. How come the TTS never worked? think the TTS doesn't want you to talk about Chelsea anymore. But why is it not working? Okay, I'll refund you the points, Piggly. I'll refund you the points. Don't worry. It only works on no. It should work for It should work for everyone. It should work for everyone. But yeah, I agree. I'm beginning to agree with your sentiment. I'm beginning to agree with your sentiment. Really, the problem is not with the manager anymore. It's really the owner. Anyway, like I said, I don't want to talk about Chelsea anymore, alright? I'm taking my mind off it. Because we are bad enough as it is. Yeah, I know. The TTS is sentient. Sentient, if that's the word. So it knows when to stop talking about certain things if it gets overemphasized. I guess. Wait, let me try. Is it working or did it break down? Oh shit, I think it's broken. It doesn't even listen to me. Wait, Okay, give me a sec. Huh. How come it's broken? Okay, let me refresh. Oh wait, let me check something. I think I might know why that it's broken. Is it because the number of text to speech is already used up? Let me check. Because okay, I have a limited number of messages can be used for text to speech in my account, on my account. How do I check? Give me a sec. Yeah, it could be the number of messages have been used up. There's a limit lah. It's 400 every month. So we might be out of the... no leh. I have 337 left. Okay, let me re-authenticate. Re-authenticate with 3 elements. Let me try. Cannot be leh. Cannot be. Okay, let me try again. I think it just need to be re-authenticated. Either that or the TTS is down. Oh, that's very weird. That's very weird. Okay, let me recopy the overlay. Just now it was working. That's the funny thing. AITTS. Oh shit, I'm not even using the AITTS. I'm dumbass. Wait. There we go. It's high. I was using highlight my message. Oh my god. Okay. I'll refund you. I'll refund you your points later, Piggly. Yeah, I apologize for that. It's working now. It's working. It should be fine. I hope. That's weird. But anyway, yeah. Let's not talk about Chelsea anymore. Let's talk about other things. Like AFA. Actually, what other things are there?
Chelsea
is
are awful and shamble. Chelsea need a new owner to fix the
Alright,
problem.
alright. I
not
get
the
the
manager.
point, alright. But ooh, jeez. Oh yeah. I'm not sure how many of you have seen the games that are coming up at Tokyo Game Show. I mean, Tokyo Game Show was over this weekend. My friends like to call it TGS, which also, funny enough, a lot of them say it actually stands for Tokyo Girl Show. Mainly because there's a lot of models at the show itself. Man, I'm very jelly of the. I mean, I don't know how many of you actually have been to Tokyo Game Show before, but the alternative name for Tokyo Game Show is Tokyo Girl Show. Right? What Barbatos is this? This Barbatos is the high resolution model. The high resolution model Barbatos. This is not the it's not, well, it's the size of a master grade, but it is not your typical master grade or high grade. It just comes with a inner frame, an inner Gundam frame, and basically what I'm doing now is I'm nipping out all the parts and just overlaying it on this Gundam frame. So as the you can look it up, high resolution model. It's called high resolution model Gundam Barbatos. Alright, as I like to affectionately call it Barbie. Also, welcome to the stream, Wolfenstein. It's good to see you. I love your name, by the way. Very, very German. Very European and very German at the same time. Wolfenstein. Wolfenstein. It's not Wolfenstein, right? I mean, if you say it with an accent, it does sound like Wolfenstein. Wolfenstein. Yeah, that's the word. How? Welcome to the stream. Also, what brings you here? I'm assuming it's because of my tag. Or my stream tag of Gunpla. H12. Yes, I'm currently building this. I generally build model kits on the weekend. Not model kits. Model kits over the weekend. And then weekdays you can catch me playing a variety of games. Also, yes guys, I think moving forward, now that we've completed Zelda Breath of the Wild, I'm planning to continue by playing Spider-Man, right? Which I actually only completed or really played halfway through because the new Spider-Man game is actually coming out, right? So I don't know, man. You know, I think the next game that I'll definitely be playing is Spider-Man. In preparation for Spider-Man 2 that's actually coming out, and then we'll move on also to Miles Morales too. Yeah. Midterms are a pain. Are you currently doing your midterms, honey? I'm assuming you are, just by saying that. I'm just looking at the Lab Zero Lupus Rex Bubble. Lab Zero. I'm American, so pronounce it with a V. Alright, Wolfenstein. But now trying to decide if I want to get the MG Heavy Arms EW MG Providence. Ooh. Which one are you more of a fan of? Are you more of a fan of Wing, or are you more of a fan of Seed? That will help you decide where's the next one. Also, yes, I do have kits from both. Funny enough, you should mention, because I'm a huge fan of both Wing and Seed itself. Not Seed Destiny, by the way. Very, very different, even though they are from the same timeline. In terms of story writing, you know. 6 midterms and 5 for recess week. Yo. Oh wait, you're in uni, right? By the sound of it. Wow. Midterms at this time? Like, that's a very odd time to have midterms, to be honest. Wait, which uni are you in again, Honey? MG Heavy Arms EW. Okay, well, I love, by the way, the MG series for Wing Gundam. If I can very quickly switch scene, I will show you what actually I just recently built not too long ago. You can see that there's an MG Wing Gundam up there, EW version, which I built not too long ago. I think I built it. I built it a few streams ago. So I built my previous build was the Phoenix Gundam, which you can see is like somewhere up here. You know what? Best if I use a redeem for this. Where was it? There we go. So that's the Phoenix that I built previously, and that's the Wing Gundam. Oops, I overshot, but yeah, that's kind of what I built previously. So I can tell you honestly, the Wing build. Let me just zoom in for you. The Wing Gundam is actually really good. The MG Wing Gundam is actually really good, even though it's a very old kit from I think back in 2012. And I think most Wing Gundam kits are kind of from that time period as well. I don't know if the Heavy Arms one actually came out later, but this is what was yeah. This was what I built several streams ago before my Fennec, so it's sitting nicely down there. I know it's a bit blurry, you kind of can't really see it, but it looks really good, by the way. One of my favorite kits that I built on stream, by the way. Oh yeah, and then I did build a Phoenix the last time around. It's like hiding somewhere there. Let me... Oh. Can I just like... There we go. Yeah, you can't... I mean, this is my maximum zoom lah, so unfortunately, yeah, this is the max I can go. It's HG, by the way. It's not MG, it's an HG Phoenix. I have given up on building MG Unicorn kits because they are such a hand grenade. As you can see, I have 2 MG Unicorn kits down there, one Banshee and one Unicorn. This one I built on stream, and some of you actually watched me build this thing on stream, and it was a nightmare to build, okay? So, I'm just gonna tell you guys very honestly, do not get any MG Unicorn kits, alright? This is a warning for you guys. Those kits are freaking hand grenades because they are transformable. If you want to get like the Unicorn kits, just get the HG ones, they are good enough. Or get the RG ones, alright? You can see I have a full armored like Unicorn at the corner here. Yeah, this is one of my favorite kits to build as well. But yeah, please don't get like the... Too late, I have many MG Unicorn. Wait, so have you built those kits to begin with? If you have not built them, I suggest you sell them. You sell them off. Wolf, thank you so much for the follow, by the way, Wolf. I appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Toasties and chat. Yeah, we built Gunpla here on the weekends, and on weekdays we play a bunch of games. So welcome. Oh, you're in NTU! Right. It's very strange to have, again, I was mentioning, yeah, it's very strange to have midterms at this time. But dude, if you have to hop on out to go and do your revision and stuff, I completely understand. I don't want to be the source of your distractions and then you not doing well for your midterm. So I just appreciate you being here and lurking. That is good enough for me as well. So you both equally for different reasons, but I have a lot of seat units and very little EW. Now the good thing is if you have a lot of seat kits, right? I would say they are definitely more updated than the EW ones, right? Because of course it's more recent and the build will definitely be a lot better. The EW kits are definitely older. Unless, of course, you buy the HG ones. Because if I'm not wrong, the HG ones, they re-released some of them as of late. I'm holding off on building until I get more supplies, right? What supplies do you need? Do let me know, because I can advise you on it. Do not buy God hand clippers or nippers, as they like to say, right off the bat, alright? Because if you are a casual builder, I think you get the Tamiya, like, you know, plastic clippers, right, is good enough, right? That's as much as I will tell you. You have PG Unicorn kits. Oh, jeez. Okay, I cannot advise you on too much on PG Unicorn kits because I myself have not built any PG kits. But the Master Grade Unicorn kits, oh my god, like, you have to be like, your hands have to be really nimble if you want to build them. Because I swear, those of you who are on my stream like many moons ago watching me build the Banshee, it was you have no idea how many times I broke the V-fin and I had to use Mr. Cement several times just to fix back the V-fin. And that was just the least of my problems. Yeah. So you guys will know. You have 29 minutes until the stream, and it might go on a bit longer because like I say, I've been chatting you guys up quite a bit. No, but that's what I like about the streams, right? Like, I like chatting with you guys and shooting the breeze, even if it means, you know, getting told that my favorite soccer team sucks, you know? Not too much, though. Not too much. Okay, where was I? Again, getting totally distracted. Was I supposed to be building something? Oh yes, I was supposed to clip something out, right? Which is H12. Oh yeah, we have song requests on, okay? We have song requests on. Oh, I think I took out already the thing. Oh, it's here. See? Now I completely lost track of my train of thought. Which is this. Okay, can. Alright, we need to speed run a bit, guys, so apologize if I don't look at chat as much. But we should try and finish this, the legs at least. It's a good background atmosphere for you. Okay, well, thank you. It's good to know. That's good to know. You must be good with fingers. If you know what I mean. Yes, you indeed have to be good with fingers. I mean, not just with MG kits. Every single kit you have to be good with your fingers. If you know what I mean. The current kit I'm hitting on right now is the MG Ashtray Red Frame. Hey yo, MG Ashtray Red Frame? Why are you hating on that kit, to be honest? The song request is... Okay, you need to specify the artist along with the... You need to specify the artist along with the song title. And also, usually the song request will play after the current song is done. Right? It does not play it right away, but if you want, I can skip to the song. No, that's not how it works. If let's say you want to skip, you just type exclamation skip and then it will skip the song. Yeah. Skip to the good part. Okay, wait. F that kid, so many ultra loose parts. Really? Okay. Good to know. It's funny you should mention that because recently I went to Gundam base in Bangkok and I bought myself a HG Ashtray Red Frame, but it is let me show you real quick. I'm very proud of this purchase because I recently bought it and I got it at a steal at Gundam base. Well, sort of. Again, I know I'm getting distracted, guys, but no, I showed it to you guys on stream before. It's this one, the Gundam Ashtray Red Dragon, which comes with a lot more swords, as if the Ashtray Gundam does not have enough swords already, right? So this one comes with like 2 more other like buster sword like attachments and stuff. So yeah, it's quite interesting. I think this is a did it appear in the manga even to begin with? Okay, I don't know if this actually appeared in like the Ashtray manga or something like that, but it just looked damn cool and I just had to get it. I think I bought it for 58 Sing dollars in Bangkok. which I don't know how much that translates to. I think it's like 40 USD or something, or 44 USD. So one of my favorite. Yeah, it looks dope, right? They have an MG version of this as well, which goes for about like what 96, so it should be about 80 USD. So I decided not to get the MG one. This is the one that's only limited. If let's say you go to the Gundam base itself and you buy it, yeah, you can't get it anywhere else. You could probably get it online, but for like really expensive price. But at Gundam base itself, it should set you back about like 45 USD, 44 USD, I think, which is about the same price as a full mechanics aerial Gundam. Another kit which I plan to get as well. But after I'm done with the rest of my backlog, that is, yeah. Yeah, it's limited to the Gundam base only. So it's a Gundam. So again, I think not too long ago I did a TikTok video about my trip to Gundam base in Bangkok, showing everyone like the kind of kits that are there. Also, they were showcasing some P Bandai stuff as well, which is the premium Bandai arm of Bandai lah, you know, and the model kits. And I'm really surprised that some of these kits were actually on display down there. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely, if you are in the region, in the Southeast Asian region, you can definitely check out Gundam Base Bangkok. Thank you so much for the follow, Daniel Gamer. Daniel Gamer, welcome to the stream. Oh, you know, hey, it's funny you should mention that, Honey Tracks. Bandai Digimons is the next type of kits that I actually wish to get. I know they have the Metal Greymon, Metal War Greymon. Is it Metal War Greymon? One of the kits is actually Metal War Greymon, and holy crap, that kit actually looks fantastic. It looks balls to the wall in detail. Yeah, I know, right? Like the dark version. Yeah, I'm talking about the dark version. The dark version one is epic, man. I saw that not too long ago at Tetsujin, and man, I was just so tempted. It was on discount. I should have actually bought it though. I should have actually bought it when it was there. It was on discount. I regret not getting it now. The Duke Metal one, it looks so good. Dukemon Metal. Oh, Dukemon. Okay, now Dukemon I'm not too familiar with because I did not watch that series, but I know what it looks like. Is someone? Wait, someone is messaging me on Discord. Uh-oh. Oh my god, I thought someone was messaging me on Discord. It's the stream. Okay, you know what, let me skip this. Oh my god, I just got debated by a song request. Daniel Gamer, welcome. What is your thoughts on 30-minute mission kits? What are 30-minute mission kits? Do enlighten me. I am not too privy to such things. 30-minute mission kits. Are you talking about entry grade, like model kits? Oh, you require? Oh yeah, okay, yeah. That explains. No worries. Yeah. By the way, if you played this during the beta access, but Party Animals is out. Wait. Okay, I love Party Animals. I mean, if you love chaos on your stream, sure, it's a great stream to. It's a great game. I should probably get it. How much is it going for, by the way, on Steam? We have not had like, how do I say it, a multiplayer stream for quite some time. Yeah, I've not actually done like a stream where I got you guys into to play like community games night. I've not done that in quite a while, right? Maybe we should do that sometime soon, huh? And Party Animals is a great game to have that, to kickstart that. Oh, that's not what you requested, right? They are about the same as high grade, but way more customizable. I'm not too sure about those 30-minute mission kits that you talk about, but I know what high grade is lah. Do you have an example of that, Daniel? Because okay, 30-minute mission kits, I mean, it depends on what you wish to build, right? Like if you want something that there's no commitment to and you just want to build it, you know, real quick, then sure, get something like 30 minutes, you know, that can be done in 30 minutes, right? If you're a really busy person, that is. $27 and you play 2 hours, they're really fun. Is it that... Wait, is it really that bad? What's this? Oh my god. Hey yo. Hey shit. It's on pre-order on Oh. Hey, Honey Tracks, you poison now. The amplified form looks so good. Oh shit, man. 84 Sing. Oh my god, 84 Sing. You know? Oh, good lord, wow. It's absolute poison, man. Look at that. Shit. Yeah, okay. You know the gold trimmings that you see here on my Barbatos, right? On my Barbie. Alright, let me show you guys, right? Dude, those gold trimmings look like the exact gold trimmings on this damn thing. Eh? And we're talking about figurized, you know. I have one figurized kit in my, well, not in my backlog, that I've actually built, which is the Mars Rider Double. Kamen Rider Double W kit, right? So that's my only figurized at the moment. Dude, this looks amazing, man. Look at the gold trimmings on this. Holy crap. Wow, Honey Tracks, you really poisoned, yeah. In a good way, okay? I'm not saying this is bad, but holy shit. Okay, but you know what? Like I said, I have not watched too much of the series itself because I'm more of the OG series, a fan of the OG series itself. But this looks freaking amazing, man. 84 Sing dollars. It's cheaper than the Epion Gundam, which came out recently, right? The one with the Sturmdrung attachments or whatever they call it, right? Holy shit. Yeah, that looks balls to the wall, man. The thing is, they got a bunch of options for them. They're interchangeable with each other. So I mean, like you said, you can build it in 30 minutes, but you can take longer on it. You're not good at crafting. Okay, so Piggly, if you plan to get into Gunpla building, right? You actually don't really need to craft much. It's really just about following instructions and then training yourself to be nimble. Because if you look at the example that I have here, right, which is the Barbatos here, right? Usually a lot of these kits, the instructions are very minimal, but they're quite self-explanatory most of the time. Yeah. So it's really training yourself how to read the manual itself and how to follow the instructions more so than knowing how to craft. And you just need like a few proper tools in your arsenal. Yes. Okay, let me do a really quick research on what 30-minute mission kits. I just want to see some examples. Okay, so there are a brand of model kits from what I see. This is looking at the P Bandai like website, right? Oh. Okay. So actually a lot of them, are they from the Gundam series? This one? $26, that's actually pretty cheap. You're literally paying by the minute to build these kits. So it's actually, so they're actually a brand. Have you built the frame arms? If so, they are kind of like that. Oh no, I've not built frame arms, but I kind of know what you're talking about. Yeah. Ah, okay, so not just, I mean, there aren't just the P Bandai ones, right? I would think so. You know what this looks like? This reminds me of an Armored Core kind of mech. Which, by the way, we're gonna be playing Armored Core on stream next week, so do swing by if you are free. Also, Piggly Main, dude, I appreciate you for being here. Thanks for making this stream way more lively. I know there's a lot of banter about Chelsea on today's stream, but I do hope you swing by again, and hopefully next time we'll be in better state to talk about Chelsea and your team as well. Right, yeah, have a good rest. Sweet dreams, sweet memes, Oya sleep nasai, and take good care of yourself, right? Have a good rest, okay? I appreciate you for being here. And yeah, enjoy the emotes and have a good day at work tomorrow, but man. Yeah, at least you can sleep well tonight knowing that your team has won, so good job. Okay, I'm not streaming tomorrow. I will probably be streaming on Wednesday night, as I usually do. Right, so we will probably be playing Spider-Man. The first Spider-Man, the PlayStation Spider-Man on stream Wednesday. So I hope to catch you then, right? Yeah, I'll see you then. I'll see you then. Have a good one. Have a great day at work, man. Cheers. Cheers, cheers. Cheers. These are more like Lego. You get a couple option parts depending on how they are packaged, and there's a couple armor packs. Yes, there are also P-band ones, but there are also normal releases. Right. I mean, seriously, okay. What they do, based on your explanation, how I translate this as, right, is that they are kind of like Zoid model kits. So, if you look at my shelf itself, I also have a Zoid model kit which have interchangeable parts as well, right? So we built a Zoid model kit not too long ago, I think. Before our Fenix. Ooh, that's really close. So I have a Wild Liger model kit up there, right? So this was a special edition one that I built not too long ago on stream. So I think there are 30-minute mission kits, right? Kind of reminds me of this one that I have down here. Dang, why never pose? It's posed! It's posed, what you talking about? This is the default pose lah, of course, right? Yeah. But this is the special edition Wild Liger that I built not too long ago. I don't know if this is kind of similar to the 30-minute mission kits that you talk about, but they have this model kit has interchangeable parts as well. I see. Why is okay and emote? Oh yeah, if 7TV, if it's a 7TV thing, you will understand. Event once you join my stream more often. But yeah, I'll catch you again, right? Yeah, please go and rest. Have a good one, Piggly. And for example, there's a ground type, but it has different parts added to a base unit, and then you have a recolor later on and so on, and then you can just swap out shoulders and make it different. Okay, so I think one advantage, you're trying to say that one advantage of these model kits is that everything pretty much is interchangeable with one another. So if let's say I buy this model kit, right, for example, I can actually interchange the parts with like this one, Portanova. This one looks like a Zaku, by the way. But okay. Okay, interesting. I didn't know that such a brand exists. Oh, but it's actually by Bandai Namco. So it's by the same company that builds Gunpla. Okay. So I didn't know they have this line of model kits. I think mainly because it's not really Gundam related. But it's definitely worth checking out. Maybe it's one of them things you would have to do more research into parts of software and add-on parts. Can I just swap any of these parts out for each other? Or do I have to research and see whether or not they are able to fit into each kit? Because if that's the case, then that's too much work. I'll probably just go for this. Nah, I'm just very biased to, their regular model kit stuff. I think so, maybe. Oh, okay. Well, here's the thing. This is really completely new to me. I don't know if this is actually like related to Gundam or not. But I'll research more into it. They do look really good. Everything looks good up front. But until I try it out myself, I won't know. Right, you don't have any of the P Bandai ones out yet. Ew. This one doesn't look good, man. Okay, I put this one. This one like nicer. Oh my god, look at the ship. They even have effect parts for this. Holy shit. Okay. You recommend the non-P Bandai ones? 30-minute mission kits. Gundam Planet. Ooh. Even Gundam Planet covers them. So I guess there should be some There's some. I mean, obviously there should be some relation to Gundam for this. Again, yeah, I know we're getting distracted, guys. All right. I mean, I'll probably end later than 12 a.m. Right. If you guys need to hit to bed, I completely understand. Thanks for hanging out, right? But no pressure to stay on. I would be surprised if Barnes in the World. I think they sound like they are very niche. They sound very niche to me, in my opinion. So I would be very surprised if you find them in the regular supermarket stores. I don't really see any of these kits in my regular like toy shops even. So that says a lot about it. It's not loading for some reason. Is it my internet taking a hit? No, could be just the website. All right. Well, they have. Okay, there we go. All right. They have those like what you call it? Providel. They have the yeah. They have this as well as 30-minute sisters. Interesting. All right. Okay. Wow. Okay. Okay, I mean, if you guys are into that kind of stuff, no judgment. I didn't even know they had that. Okay, but like I said, they kind of feel like Armored Core kind of mechas. Volpanova tank version. Interesting. Alright. Well, maybe one of these days I'll buy it if I just want to, challenge myself to building it real quick. They are selling a lot of hotcakes. They're selling like hotcakes, right? Bandai is like really going hardcore on this, right? Okay. I mean, like I said, I'm very surprised that they have a few of these. Maybe because nowadays, right? And it makes complete sense because attention span of people nowadays are really, really short. We are talking about like the current generation of people, right? In general, right? Everyone's short attention span is really, really short nowadays. They just want to hop on from one thing to another, right? I think it makes sense for Bandai to go down this route where people just build something real quick and then just move on to the next one because, again, down to attention span. So I think they're making a very sound business decision by going ham on this. Yeah. The girl kits are a separate line. I'll be interested to actually try building one of the female kits from Kotobukiya. Because those actually look quite amazing, to be honest. I don't know, I'm not too sure about the 30-minute mission ones. This is your Ministry of Home. This one, your Ministry of Home Affairs might not be too pleased. Dude, like, this is not the worst that the Ministry of Home Affairs has to deal with, right? Also, $117 for Angel Womanmon. Like, I'd rather buy this one, right? Dude, they're really just playing on the fact that it's a female. it's a female Digimon. That's why it's way more expensive. Dude, this looks way better than this. I mean, okay, one thing I cannot stand about model kits that are have human arms and stuff, human limbs, right? Is that you look at the joints, you can kind of tell that there's like the articulation joint down there. Right, so if you're me, right, I'd rather buy a statue of Angel Womanmon or Angelmon for that matter instead of building a kit, because I cannot stand the fact that the parts are visible, the articulation parts are visible. That's just me lah. That's just me, Also, $117 for this, like, nah. I think I'll pass on that. What is this one though? Yeah, this is the one. Dude, like, I 100% will get this in favor of Angel Womanmon, right? Like, Angel Womanmon, okay, she's hot and stuff, but yo, man, this is the one, man. This is the one. Look at that. Look at that clear effect part. Look at that, bro. Like, how could you not like? How can you not like this, dude? Now that you've shown me this, right? By the way, Taobao sells this as well for a fraction of the price. Just letting you guys know. Okay, I don't know how they do that. It could be a Daban version of this. I don't know. But holy shit, man! Look at that! Look at the amount of gold on that thing. Like the cheese. The human movable parts kind of for $117, man, you better mask up the damn like articulation parts. I ain't buying $117 for like wonky ass looking like joints. Sakuyamon? What's Sakuyamon? Oh shit. Just because it's called 30-minute mission doesn't mean it's short attention span. Like the whole point was customizable. This is basically kit bashing without. Oh, right. Okay, so it's not the fact that it's supposed to be fast, it's just that it's very modular, alright? That's the word, right? So you can pick and choose how you want to... Like I said, it's kind of like Armored Core, but, you're building it as a kit. Ah, okay. Well, the more you know. Yeah, dude, this is why I love doing Gunpla building streams, because I get to learn so many things from you guys as well. Sakuyamon. Sorry, my Digimon knowledge is very... Oh, the foxy looking one. This is from Digimon Tamers, right? Sakuyamon from Digimon Tamers will appear as a gem figure. Sakuyamon... Does she have a Figurize? Wow, guys, I don't think we can finish our Barbatos already. Getting distracted by all the... Okay, this is what I'm talking about, guys. Like, I'd rather get, like, an Angel Woman Mon, right, as a statue rather than a model kit. But as you can see, the price is like, it's like you probably gotta sell like a kidney or something in order to get that. Yeah. I can't enlarge this. Hold on. Ayo. Yeah, this looks amazing. Freaking 391 USD, I would assume. Sakuyamon Figurize? Is that a Figurize? Oh shoot, there's a Carousel one. Someone's selling a Carousel. Yikes. Oh, not Figurize, but proper figure. Right. Which is this one. If you want to see a crazy Digimon kit, look up Machine Mon. Wow, ayo, 290. Why? You guys are poisoning me, man. Wait, hold on. Is it sold already? Oh shit, I need to log in now. Okay, wait. Cannot show you guys my login. Facebook. If you want, yeah, I don't know why my internet is taking a hit, man. Like, to be honest. Could be, maybe because I'm streaming. Oh, it's not sold yet. Oh, it's brand new? Wait, let me read this. Over a year. This is a pre-order listing. Oh, and it's going for 295? Okay, wait, hold on, view more. Release date is August. It's already out, I would assume. Oh shit. Give me a sec. My light just fell down. Give me a sec. I need to buy a mount for my desk light down here because it's been like causing me a lot of headache to mount this up with a wire just attached to it. There we go. Q Express delivery at 450. Parcel straight. Save the hassle of delivery. 100% authentic. Yeah, kind of tempted, man. Machine Mon. I think we can forget about completing Barbatos today, right? Okay, wait. We must complete the legs, alright? I made it a personal mission to complete the legs. Ah, okay, I've seen this. Okay, so alongside the Metal War Grey Mon, right? This is the other one that looks really good on as a model kit. Yeah. I thought it's no finish, no steep. Dude, we have another 2 more pages after this, man, to complete for this kit. And I mean, I plan to complete it the next stream, but I don't think it's possible. I think we need another 2 more streams in order to build it. Like, every stream is 1 page, you know? But yeah, this I've seen this and it also looks freaking amazing. The only thing that I don't like about it is that it's just really flat gray and stuff. You can say this is like the dark version of like Metal War Greymon, so yeah. Oh, it is the biggest Digimon kit. I see. I mean, looking at how massive the cannons are, I mean, sure, I absolutely believe this is the biggest one. Alphamon, okay. Alphamon. Gao got Gao Ranger SMP complete. What is this? SMP Gao Rangers. Oh, it's Super Mini Pla. That's what SMP stands for. Ooh. Hey, yo, wait. Do they have the okay, I know what Gao Rangers. So Gao Rangers is the Japanese version, or rather, Wild Force Power Rangers is the English version of Gao Rangers, right? I cannot say it because Wild Force was inspired by Gao Rangers, right? So oh, where are these model kits? Super Mini Pla, right? That means they are mini plastic models, right? That's what I would assume. Shit, man. Wait, do they have the OG Power Rangers one? The Dino Megazord one? They're model kits, right? Yeah, I would think so. Super Mini Pla. Oh, this looks amazing. This person bought the entire collection. Holy shit. That's actually really cool. Oh, they have the Thunder Zords one, but do they have like the original one? The Thunder Zords, okay, Thunder Zords were great, you know. But I still love the OG, like, you know, the OG like Power Rangers, or what they call it, Zyuranger. They call it Zyuranger, right? In the Super Sentai universe. But yeah, oh man, like this. Sakuyamon. Yeah, Sakuyamon's gotta have to wait, man. Sakuyamon's gonna have to wait. Okay, anyway, back to this. Dude, we're not even done with the other half of the leg, bro. Alright, I need to get this, like, out. Like, before the end of the stream. We're getting way too... We're going way off track, man. Like, too much poison. Too much poison. Bro. Don't let my wife see this, man. She's gonna be like, don't get any funny ideas, you know, don't get any funny ideas, I tell you. Okay, she doesn't threaten me like that, but yeah. She's very understanding, trust me, okay? I mean, I got a freaking Harley Quinn figurine at the back. She's like fine with it, you know. As long as I don't like freaking oogle over the damn thing and stuff like that. I mean, I even have like a Christy Montero like figurine somewhere at the back there. Yeah, she's totally cool with it, you know. You haven't seen them release it, and they might release it soon. Oh, they do have Shokugan Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. You know, in Carousel. Oh, someone reserved it already. Oh my god. This is what I'm talking about, man. This is what I'm talking about, dude. Like, I want it. I want it so bad. But someone reserved it already. Fadge. Fadge this. Dew Toy Store. How much was he selling this for? Wow, there's 46 likes on this thing. Bro. I guess there are other sellers. This is the complete, you know, this got the freaking like Ultra Zord as well. Is this what they call it, the Ultra Zord? And the Dragon Zord as well. Rest in peace, Tommy. Jason David Frank. Yo. Yeah, this looks amazing, man. I want this so bad. What's the thing called? Shokugan Modeling SMP. Alright. Yeah, rest in peace, man, JDF. You know, man. You know, JDF is such a shame, man. I never got to see him. I never got to meet him in real life. I really would love to meet him IRL because he's the reason why I tuned into Power Rangers every week in the past. Also, I know, yeah, that we're currently on ad break, right? You can catch me for free on Kick as well. I am streaming on Kick. Exclamation point punch, right? To avoid, you know, getting, you know, removed as a affiliate. But yeah, you know, it's such a shame. And I wish I had a chance to meet him in real life. I met Austin St. John, the original Power Ranger, RL before, and dude was such a nice guy. You know, but I wish I had a chance to meet JDF because I heard he's actually a lot nicer in real life as opposed to Austin St. John. You know, he's more of a he really embraces his role as the Green Ranger, which is something that I think I can't say the same for Austin St. John. You know, Austin St. John obviously is just in it for the money, but JDF doesn't do it for the money. You know, he just likes the fact that he got a chance to. He embraces the fact that he got a chance to play, the Green Ranger, and he's just happy playing, being there. You know. And I really wish I got a chance to meet him in real life, but you know, sometimes things aren't meant to be. Okay. But yeah, really, man, rest in peace, JDF, man. And I'm glad that, you know, they're still carrying on his legacy. His family is kind of carrying on his legacy and stuff. His wife is getting a lot of flack. I mean, the widow. His widow is kind of getting a lot of flack for the fact that I understand that, you know, they were planning to get a divorce, right? You know, just before he sadly, you know, unalived himself. But I'm just glad that they're carrying on his legacy, you know. Like they're still gonna put out like the White Dragon or something like that. This short film that he was planning to make and stuff like that. So that's pretty cool. Next Power Rangers show is the end of it all, and they're rebooting it with the Netflix show. Oh really? Oh, I not wait. So the next Power Rangers is going to be, you know, the like in terms of the mainline continuity is going to be the final one. Then they're going to reboot it, which is great. I think for the new generation, I think we need a reboot for sure. Yeah. Kimberly stole the hearts of all the... I know, right? I mean, if you were a millennial and you watched Power Rangers back in the day, I would say everybody's first girl crush, on-screen crush, has to be Kimberly. Yeah. I'm a bit sad they did not bring her back for the reunion, though. They brought back Kat, which is the second Pink Ranger, who, in all honesty, wasn't as popular. Yeah. But I know Kimberly now is like she's super old out now, lah. But it doesn't, you know, hide the fact that, you know, it doesn't, you know, negate the fact that she was every teenage millennial boy's like childhood crush. Are we back from ads yet? Again, if you guys wish to watch me ad free, I'm streaming on Punch as well. Exclamation point Punch. It will bring up a Kick website. Like I said, I'm just saying it in order to avoid getting banned from affiliate. Anyway, a bunch of people co-stream onto Kick, so Japan still has a new series of... I know. They're still pumping out Super Sentai like nobody's business, but I think it's getting a bit hard for the American counterparts to keep up because you know, a lot of the new Super Sentai that's coming out is very much geared towards a Japanese audience. So it's very hard for them to start to continue translating it into, you know, the English versions for the American audience. So the best way to go about it really is just to reboot the damn thing, and for them to, I mean, come on, like Hollywood has enough, you know, visual effects, you know, houses to do their own shows, their own TV series already. So yeah, I mean, going down the Netflix route is definitely the right move for them. And I'm glad they're doing a reboot because goodness me, the mainline continuity at some point has to end, right? Again, guys, if you didn't know, yeah, song requests are open. So exclamation point SR followed by the YouTube link to the song you want to hear, and you'll pop in your song requests for your listening pleasure. Just a reminder. Oh shoot, I need to... Yeah, I made a mistake here. Let me put this out. I need the this effect part first. Thanks for staying up with me so late at this hour. I know some of you will probably need to head off to bed soon, so again, no pressure. Please do not stay up so late, especially if you guys are studying. I have school the next day. Please, like, you know, or I have work the next day for that matter. Please, 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 right? Go hit the sack, right? If you have to, right? And again, I mean, seriously, thanks for staying up with me, man. I would totally love to see a reboot of Wild Force with universe expansions. It seems like your favorite is Wild Force. Okay, my favorite series, right, in the entire, like, you know, Power Rangers lore, has to be, it was a few of them. Power Rangers Zeo was my favorite because Zeo was surprisingly very dark, right? I mean, I don't like it because it's dark, but I like it because, number one, of the theme song. Number two, they came up with radically different suits after that. The other one I love was Time Force, which had a female protagonist. I think the first time they ever did that. And what was that? Lightspeed Rescue. Lightspeed Rescue was one of my favorites. Then after that came what? SPD? SPD was good. SPD was really good. A bit campy, but it was also not too bad. Yeah. Yeah, Lightspeed was dark, right? Okay. Well, the other one that was dark, by the way, was Power Rangers Galaxy? Lost Galaxy. Lost Galaxy was kind of dark as well. Because there was a Power Ranger death inside Lost Galaxy. Someone died, right? I think the Pink Ranger died in that show. I can't remember what next Power Rangers is called, but it's supposed to be the last one for the US, and they're going to reboot and make Power Rangers completely separate from that. I mean, like I said, that's the best thing they can do right now. Because, to be honest, they're just reusing footage from Super Sentai at this point. It's supposed to be darker or more mature version, but may still have some of the original Power Rangers concept in it. I would hope so, because, to be honest, the movie reboot was kind of trash. I was hoping for it to be good, but it came out so bad. Like, I mean, it had its bright sparks. The actors weren't too bad, but the writing was a bit mid. Was a bit mid. Okay, where did the other part that I took out go to? I'm always missing parts, man. Like, seriously. And the black table does not help. Oh. Okay, I'm missing the black part now. Great, fantastic. I'm always losing parts. Jeez. Welcome to Building Gunpla on stream, where I welcome to my Gunpla streams, where streamer generally misses or loses all the parts that he's working with half the time. Oh, there we go. It's right here, bro. Okay, give me a sec, guys. Go. All right, here we go. G10. Okay, I just put G10 in. There's this one. Again, in case you guys are wondering why I am using gloves for this, like I said, I do not want to contaminate, like, you know, or I do not want to have my fingerprints all over some of these glossy parts, because this build, right, in particular has a lot of glossy parts. So I'm trying to not, you know, stain it too much. with my fingers and stuff. Alright. That's just like Pacific Rim 2. Wasn't there a Pacific Rim 2 though? I thought there was, right? There should have been Pacific Rim. Well, not Pacific. I mean, it's kind of like a very sequel long ago. Yeah. Yeah, I think at this point a reboot, like a darker Power Rangers, would fit like the. Because let's be honest, right? The only people that watch Power Rangers nowadays aren't really the kids. It's mainly the OG fans that grew up with the series during the 90s, right? I think kids nowadays, they don't. Do they watch Power Rangers even? I think they watch other cartoons. Like I mean, at one point everybody was watching Ben 10 for a very quick, long period of time. But yeah, I think Power Rangers has lost a huge chunk of their audience to other shows. I would love the Rangers to have darker themes, but I gotta say it's gonna be hard because I assume they would gear it more towards children. If they're going down the Netflix route, I think they won't gear it towards children for sure. It kind of seems like they want to make it more mature. Like I said, because you know it's mainly the millennials that actually grew up with Power Rangers. So yeah, I would love it to be more mature. But hey, you know what? I'm just a guy that, you know, has not watched, you know, Power Rangers 2 for quite some time already. Like I said, I think the only series that I really love in recent memory, like, was what was it? SPD. Yeah, SPD was good. Time Force was good. Because Time Force had romance inside, you know, funny enough, because there was the female protagonist and stuff, so I actually liked that. Although the romance was a bit cringe, to be honest. But they couldn't make it too obvious because it's a freaking kids show, right? So, but yeah. Female protagonist was an absolute, like, you know, I think it was really cool that they actually had for the first time. And I think the Super Sentai counterpart for Time Force, which was Time Ranger, if I remember correctly, I mean, they did follow the theme of like having a female counterpart or a female protagonist to lead the team, right? So that was actually really, really cool. Not gonna lie. Also, why does this not go in? Like, go in, damn it. Like, fit. Want you to fit. Alright, there we go. Let's bring back VR Troopers and Big Bad Beetlebots. I don't know how many of you actually know that. Ah, man. Okay, Big Bad Beetlebots had so much potential, in my opinion. It's just that the writing, again, was really, really campy. They didn't have enough footage from the Japanese counterparts of it. VR Troopers was cool, but they threw in a bunch of footage from, like, who's the guy, not Deca Ranger, that metal dude from Japan. But yeah, that's why it didn't really work. I'm more of a Wild Force Ninja. Oh, Ninja Storm was actually not too bad. Ninja Storm was actually not too bad. But again, it's very kiddish. I feel it was a bit too kiddish for my liking. The Zords in that series were really cool though. And then there was that Asian dude, who is a Singaporean actor. Yes, the Green Ranger, right? The ninja dude, not the samurai dude, right? The Green Samurai Ranger, right? Yeah, was Jason. What's his name? Jason something, right? Jason Cam. But what's the actor's name? Jason something, right? Jason Chen. Yeah, I remember he covered the SEA Games in Singapore, and I was like, when I saw him on screen, I was like, this dude looks really familiar. Jason Chan, yes, Jason Chan, I can't remember, but yeah. And I remember the one of the DJs was kind of like making fun of him, like he's like that isn't that dude a Power Ranger or something like that. Like one of the 97 DJs at the time was making fun, like he said, isn't he a Power Ranger or something like that? Yeah, he looks like a Power Ranger. And I was like, oh yeah, you know, he's Ninja Storm dude. Oh, he'll be at, wait, he's at SGCC. Is he coming to SGCC? Dude. Like, if he's coming, I'll get a hold of his signature. I know Jason Ford is going to be at SGCC. Jason Ford was the Red Time Force Ranger. So, I don't know, man. I prefer the Pink Ranger from Time Force more so than the red one. I mean, he's cool and all, but you know. I must say Time Force had really, really good writing, by the way. Yeah, the way they wrote Time Force was... I love it. I love Time Force. Okay, we have still some ways to go, guys. Because we've been really distracted on stream. Okay, let's go. I'm talking a lot, guys. I apologize. Let's see, E6. Also, maybe we can start thinking of who to raid out to in just a bit. What's the time now? Oh shit, it's almost 12:30. Damn. But I do wish to complete the lakes by today, if I can. Three rangers this time around. So, Red Time Force, Samurai, and Crimson Ninja. Oh, the Crimson Ninja Storm dude is also... Oh, okay. He's okay. He's coming. Nice. Okay, like the Crimson Ninja Force dude, like not really. I was more into, I mean, because that dude's Asian, right? The blue Thunder Ninja Storm Ranger, the blue Thunder Ranger was like my bad. I preferred him. Can't remember which Power Ranger show was, but they built. Yeah, okay, so that's SPD. Yes, Doggy Kruger is his name. Hello, Skyshun Music. Hello, welcome to the stream. Let me give you a shout out. Oh, I forgot to give Yoru Hitami a shout out as well. I'm sorry. Sorry if you don't mind. I'll shout out Yoru Hitami first. Yeah, I forgot. But let me shout out also Skyshun Music. How is your day, good sir? We raided out to Skyshun on... When was it? On Friday. Yes, on Friday. He's a music streamer. But he was playing... What were you playing again? Shit. What? You're playing fine. You were playing FF8. That's why we raided out to you. He plays a lot of games on stream, but he sings mostly... He's mostly a music streamer. Yeah, so do give him a follow. I know it's okay. It's an old but gold game, I would love to say. Thank you for popping in. How's your day, by the way? So Skyshun Music has a bunch of music also online. You can go and check it out, right? Just check out his stream, you can find links to his music over there. But welcome in, man. How was your Sunday? Because it's like kind of like Monday or so. Why are you up this late though? Hint, I'm not degenning, okay? I'm supposed to build, I'm just supposed to complete this by today, which is why I'm taking forever to build this. Okay, where were we? F2. Okay. Yeah. Tell me about your day, dude. I hope it went well. So if for those of you who just came in, yeah, I'm building a Gunpla today, and I usually build Gunplas on the weekends, right? Which is why I'm not playing any games today. We call today Build Chilling, which is a play on the meme Bing Chilling, except we don't eat ice cream. We just build Gunplas here on stream, with torn and tattered gloves, right? As you can see over here. FF10, I know FF10 is amazing too. Mainly because of Yuna. But FF8 is one of my favorite FFs of all time as well. I woke up at 3 PM. Don't want it to be Monday. You and me both, Sky. I know that feeling. I also have to be at work, but guess what? I'm still doing this. I don't know why. Sleep is for the weak, as they say. Okay, I'm just kidding. Please go and get your rest if you have to, alright? Don't learn from me. I'm setting a very bad example for all of you. Also, wait, am I... Oh, I'm doing this right. Okay. Oh yeah, Sky. I have song requests on, so feel free to put in your favorite song requests. Exclamation point SR followed by the YouTube link to the songs that you want to hear. So feel free to pop in any songs. And those of you who rated, those of you who drop me a follow and stuff, it's completely open for you guys as well. Song requests, all right. Just no troll songs, all right. Just no troll songs. That's my only one rule. Uni best girl, but X2 with Pain and Riku. Riku. Pain not so much. Pain looks, she kind of emo. Can't have that kind of baggage. I can't deal with that kind of baggage. But yeah, Riku. Okay, anyway, let's get our mind out of the gutter, man. Damn it, I'm supposed to be completing this. Man, you guys made me feel like replaying FF10, or rather X X2 and X. Also, can I say the soundtrack for X and X2 was fantastic, alright? My head just went to Bring Me the Horizon. Oh yeah, Bring Me the Horizon is one of my favorite bands. Not Yao Ai. We're not doing Yao Ai, okay? Does your work start in the morning? Technically it does, but I am working from home tomorrow, so, or rather today. So I don't exactly have to be up at set timing, so yeah. Wait, hold on, sorry guys. Give me a minute to... I think I'm doing this wrong. Oh shit. Oh, this is the wrong... Oh, this is the wrong part. I think I'm using the wrong one. Should I put... okay, it should be this one. That was the wrong part. Yeah, you will see a lot of this happen on stream, by the way. Can I say that song is stuck in your head? Oh, no. Hey, I blame QBC Omega, man. I swear, he's the one that put me up to it just because he raided the stream. What is Yao Ai Ai? It is a song that you probably shouldn't look up, by the way. Okay, is this trend that was a thing many moons ago on Twitch where, people would sing this song called Yao Ai Ai by this Twitch streamer from Taiwan, and she did it in a very cutesy manner. Which it became such a great... Oh my god, no, you did not put that up. You did not put that up. Okay, I'm not the only one who has done it, okay? Just disclaimer, alright? I'm not the only one who has done this, okay? It started from, this particular Twitch streamer, which I forgot who she was already, and yeah, it just kickstarted a whole trend on Twitch with people singing it. BMTH is your favorite song too, I cannot pray they will come to SG. Have they been to SG before? I think they did, right? Or have they not? I know that... Okay, one thing I love how symphonic and melodic BMTH songs are, but the problem is their lyrics are very... they're a little bit depressing, to be honest. But man, the melodies and the rhythm, the songwriting that goes into your songs is chef's kiss, man. Yeah. Oh, this is a wonderful clip. I can neither confirm nor deny that sentiment. But I'm glad you enjoy it. Oh, they came in 2013. Shit. I was in uni then. Maybe that's why I didn't go in the end. Also, maybe if they came in 2013, I might have missed it because I was in the US for a short period of time. Yeah, I was in the US. I was on a immersion trip. So maybe I probably went. I wasn't. To be fair, I wasn't a Bring Me the Horizon fan back then. I only became a fan after I graduated from uni because my uni friends introduced it to me. Oh, you were still in JC. Ah, dude. Okay, well, showing a bit of your age, but that confirms I'm still older than you, which says a lot. Okay, this is the one, right? Yeah. But yeah, man, I hope they do come back. I love the concert that they did at was it the hall, the Royal Albert Hall? Man, I think that's one of their best concerts that they performed, because they performed it also with the symphonic orchestra, which was wow. Like, I was so blown away with how they did that one. I don't know if you those of you who are Bring Me the Horizon fans, you can check them out. They are a really good band, by the way. So yeah, I really hope they do come to Singapore. I mean, one of these days, if not again, you know. Oh man, we are still quite some. Okay, we need to close the gap on completing the legs. There's still the foot parts. Oh my goodness, there's still the foot. But I think once we complete the foot, yeah, let's call it a night, man. It's way too late to be completing this. If I'm gonna travel to Europe, I will totally look for their dates and make sure I catch one of their shows. Oh yeah, I guess the best way to catch, because they are from London, right? I believe. The best way to watch them is, of course, go to their home state and check them out, right? Okay, that's it. What are your favorite songs from Bring Me the Horizon, Honey Tracks? Because I have a few, which I will let me request them. Let me put them on the song request, because this is kind of too generic. Like, it's the generic Gunpla building song. So this is one of my favorites, by the way. This one. Let's see. There we go. That's a really difficult question. Let me help you with that. This should be, if this is not one of your favorites, I don't know which one will be. Hey yo, wait, hold on. Is this correct? Let me put this in. Okay, this is one of the reasons why I try not to play Bring Me the Horizon too much on stream, because it's really like you know, that kind of music, you know. This is Sabrina! Let me pump that up so you guys can rock to it, guys. It's probably not the best song to listen to at this hour, by the way. It's gonna disturb the neighbors. Later you hit the Barbie while you're rocking. I think I'll be fine. As long as I don't, like, you know, hit bang too much. Man, I love the Royal Albert Hall version of this one. Yeah, I'll just put it out there. Also, oh, one of my other favorite ones is Friends, I think. The song called Friends, I think. Not the one from, not talking about the series itself, but it's actually called Friends, I think. Is it called Friends? I can't remember. Sabritano! This is Sabritano! This is an ad! Wanna look in your eyes. We'll live our lives and we'll let it die. I guess my top picks are Drown, Kingslayer, Parasite Eve, and Bad Life. Is it Bad Life? Bad Life? You mean Good Life? Wait, is it Good Life? Good Life or Bad Life? Oh, Bad Life, correct. It's Bad Life, Bad Life. The one that she did they did a collab. Sorry, with Sigrid. Yes, correct, with Sigrid. That one's not too bad. Actually, let's put that one up next because it will be more appropriate for the stream. There we go. This is the Returnal! Yeah, I don't think I've heard of any other band that does this kind of music. If anybody has another band in mind that does something like that, do let me know. I'll be very interested to check them out. Here's one thing about Bring Me the Horizon songs that I can't really stand. It's always about depression, you know. So I'm a bit, you know, sometimes it's not very good for the spirit and the mind to hear too much songs like that, you know. But sometimes when you are enraged, you know, sometimes, you know, it's good to listen to. Sometimes it does do some help to listen to it, but not all the time. Which is why I try not to listen too much to Bring Me the Horizon. Try Dance Gavin Dance. I just love that. Ludens is great because I love the game, by the way. Death Stranding. Always depressed, so he relates better for those with depression, and he was a pillar of support. Right. Yeah, I guess that explains why he writes a lot of songs about depression and stuff. But yeah, Bad Life is a great song, as notwithstanding, you know. It also helps that Sigrid is a great singer too. Also, what the hell is this? F13, F14, and E2 and A215. Okay, we are almost at the end of completing the legs. A2. Well, I've taken out literally every single piece of the runners from this kit. And to be fair, the runners in this kit are they're very little, right? As you can tell. Okay, these are all the runners on the kit. So considerably, like you mean if you consider everything, right? It's very little, okay, compared to most other kits that I've tried, you know, or I've built lah. This is considered very little in terms of runners already. So I think it's not too bad. Like I said, I'm just taking way too long because yeah, I'm chatting with you guys and stuff. Yeah. Do I like mostly rock songs? I actually love a good mix of rock songs and EDM. But K-pop works as well. J-pop works as well. I listen to pretty much everything that has good tune and has good songwriting, has a good beat and stuff. You'll be surprised at the range of music that I listen to. So I can't really say that I prefer one particular type of music above the other. I just listen to all types of music, you know. I am not a musicist, as I say. The one thing I vehemently avoid though is death metal. Too much screamo, man, I can't. Yeah. Okay, I know Bring Me the Horizon does a bit of screamo, but it's not excessive, you know what I'm saying? And at least their music has a good message behind it. For the most part. It's not a bad day, not a bad life. Not a bad life. Oh wait, I'm supposed to cut this. Alright, I did not see that. I have to be really careful. Okay, so I think I was mentioning in my previous stream that I don't really like these glossy parts on Gunplas, because whenever you nip them off, right, it kind of leaves behind some kind of like residue if you're not careful. Oh, this song sounds great. What's this? Bubble Eye, Shelby Wang. Oh, that sounds good. Okay, I personally don't listen to a lot of C-pop, but yeah, that's great as well. So I was mentioning on stream previously that I don't like some of these like glossy parts, because if you look at inside, right, sometimes when you nip them off, or maybe this would be a better example. When you nip them off, sometimes they leave behind this black like metal parts down here, which kinda, you know, ruin the whole focus. Hello. Which kind of ruined the whole like build for me. Like, it looks like something chipped off from the metal part itself, so I kind of don't really fancy like these glossy parts sometimes when you nip them off. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So this is why I was told that I shouldn't buy like glossy, you know, I shouldn't buy like those kind of model kits which have glossy effects and stuff, because it kind of, you know, results in really bad, like, you know, like in really bad like scratch marks and stuff, or left behinds. Oh, she's Singaporean local indie Shelby Wang. Does she stream by any chance? I'll definitely go pop over support her. I don't care much for death metal. Yeah, the thing is about, you know, death metal is like, I don't get it. I mean, yeah, I know some people love it because it's angsty and stuff, but it's just screamo half the time, and I don't even get what they're screaming about. So yeah. Oh, she doesn't. Okay, well, I'll still check out her music though, nonetheless. What is this? She sang the song that played on JLA. Oh, what is that? Everybody knows. Pierce the Veil. Okay. All right, yeah, pop in your song request, man. I mean, I'm open to any kind of music except screamo. Yeah, I mean, there was a period of time I had friends that really loved death metal, but I was like, nah, like, if you're bringing me to a death metal like concert, like, yeah, count me out, you know. Oh, any of you here are like One OK Rock fans? Because I understand they are coming to Singapore. But I don't really fancy their new songs because they have become very westernized, so to speak. And I know they're coming to Singapore as part of their Luxury Disease tour. And just looking at the name of that tour, I kind of like think that I kind of assume that they would play more of their like mainstream songs as opposed to the Japanese ones that I grew up listening to, or I listened to when I was, you know, when I just got to know them. By the way, those of you who are OG One OK Rock fans will know that their Japanese, their rock music at the start, the Japanese rock at the start, their J-rock music at the start was way better. It's way better than the current songs that they have put out. I said that to my friend and she was so offended I said that. Your song did not get added? Wait. I think it did. What song did you request? Oh, you did? Oh, what's this? Oh, Dance Gavin Dance. I think you added it already. I think it's in. I'll put it up. I said that to my friend and she was so offended. Well, she has not listened to their earlier tracks. Only OG One OK Rock fans will know. Number one, they will know that they in the first place they are not even called One OK Walk. They were called One OK Walk. Sounds so racist. One OK Rock. They were not called One OK Rock at the start. I need to drink some water. They were not called One OK Rock at the start. They were actually called 1:00, right? Literally, according to the time. Okay, it was called 1:00. They weren't even called One OK Rock. It's just that after a while, everybody started calling them, One OK Rock instead of 1 o'clock because it just sounded better, right? So initially they were called 1 o'clock when they first started. 1 o'clock lah, right? Referring to the time. Then evolved into 1OK Rock, and then they made a bunch of amazing music. And then of course the one that shot them to superstardom was the song that they did for Rurouni Kenshin, which is The Beginning. I love that, by the way. One of my favorite songs of all time. Yeah, they did pander to the Western market, and man, I understand why they did it because that's where the money is, but their songs have not been the same since, man. Like, seriously, American Girls? Like, come on, if that is not a pandering to the Western market, I don't know what is, man. It is really pandering because only OG fans of 1OK Rock will know this, right? I'm sorry, man. Sorry but not sorry, lah, for those of you who are hearing this, But really, they have pandered to the Western market, And since then, their songwriting has, to be honest, their songs have not been the same, lah. Sorry, not sorry, guys. No. Let's listen to some 1OK Rock. Like OG 1OK Rock songs, alright? I don't know if you guys have heard of Niche Syndrome. Look at that. See, the moment I put up 1OK Rock, right, it's like a bunch of like their more recent songs, like okay, Clock Strikes is my favorite, one of my favorites also. This is the OG one. Let's do it. Okay, Renegades was not too bad. I love Renegades. What was it? There was this song called Riot. Never mind. You guys can request it. Now, Dance Gavin Dance. Okay, I recognize this song. I'm more of Aimer. Oh, Aimer is great too. I love Aimer, but I only got to know Aimer because she did a song for Fire Force. So after that, I just started listening to more and more Aimer songs from there. Blanc and Noir, I recognize it, but I don't listen too much to them as well. Oh my god, Aimer! I need to hear Aimer. Man. I love Aimer. Like, what is the song that she did for Fire Force? Like, can someone request that? I love the song that she did for Fire Force. It was amazing. Yeah. I don't listen much. I'm more... Yeah, Man of Culture. By the way, I don't know if you guys have heard, Yaoi Sobi is making a stop in Singapore on 1st of November. I don't know if you guys saw the news. Yaoi Sobi, of course, not rock. No, not J-rock. But those of you who love Gundam and a bunch of anime, she did a bunch of anime opening songs. And she's been really popular as of late. So holy heck, I'm so gonna watch Yaoi Sobi in concert if there is a chance. You may have heard her songs on TikTok, but yes, she's coming to Singapore. Oh my god! And yes, guys, I'm so looking forward to it. Any Yaoi Sobi fans in the house, yo, do hit me up, man, cause yeah, it's gonna be fun. Yaoi Sobi. Shit. Wait. F1. It's F2. F1. There we go. Okay, we like I said, we're gonna complete the legs and then we'll move on from there. We'll probably call it a night after that, as I mentioned. Yeah, this song is very, very familiar. I think I've heard it before. And yes, Dance Gavin Dance. as you can tell, you can tell just from my choice of music and from my knowledge of these songs that the kind of friends that I mix around with and the kind of people I mix around with. So they are very, very much into these kinds of songs. In fact, I have two friends that were part of a band. But now they're overseas, so they can't really get back together to perform. Shit, I forgot what's the name of their band already. Since you mentioned Aima, might as well. But one group I really enjoyed was Calafina. Unfortunately, they sound very, very familiar. But it's sad to hear that they have disbanded. I think their name sounds very familiar because they perform a bunch of anime opening songs as well that I'm familiar with. Do you know Subsonic? I know, I unfortunately don't. That name does not strike a bell or ring a bell. Man, I should have asked you guys about songs earlier on, then we would have had more variety of music. But it's all good, it's all good. I'm glad you guys are popping in your favorite songs now. Alright, as we build Barbatos's feet. Feet pics on the way, guys. When? E3. E3. What is this? What is this? Is this some kind of military song? Was this your request, Potoru? Sounds like Christmas. It sounds like a Japanese folk song, but from what I see in the MV, it looks like a Japanese war song. Russian national anthem. Yeah, we skipping that right away, man. If any of you request that. Yeah, I will expect no less of you, Potoru, because you are a professional war crime streamer. Oh, sang by a prisoner of war in Siberia? Yikes, okay. Explains a lot. And yeah, it does have a Christmas feel. By the way, it's only a few months away to Christmas, right? Holy crap. I don't know about you, man, but the year has sped by so damn quickly, man. Every year seems to be speeding by like a little bit faster than usual because now that COVID is almost like it's kind of like a thing of the past, right? So yeah, things feel like they're moving along so much faster nowadays. Let me put this here so that I don't get I don't confuse myself. It kind of feels like if you sing it like with this hand motion, you do it with a lot more gusto. Oh man, almost looks like I'm about to stab myself. Heck yeah, let's go. 1OK Rock. I already had the Geneva Convention on my ass just last week. The Geneva Convention, are you referring like to Twitch staff coming in and telling you to stop your nonsense? Or like the makeshift Geneva Convention? What will we have? Believe the time, it's always forever. Forever till the end. won't say never, doesn't have to be. I don't know how many of you One OK Rock fans know this song. Because this was one of their OG songs. It's not even the oldest song. Oh, it's about a month ago, right. Well, I hope it's all okay now. I hope that got resolved. It's always forever, always be here, forever till the end. I won't go away and won't say never. Doesn't have to be that. I'll make it till the end. Oh, damn. Okay, I need to do this as well. Okay, let's do a rehash of this. F2. Hey, what's F2? Oh, shit. There we go. Okay. F2, there's 13 and 15. Okay, there we go. It's always forever, always be here, forever till the end. I won't go away and won't say never. Doesn't have to be that. You can make it till the end. Till the end. You can keep till the end. Oh, I took out E3. I took out E3 already. Oh, I did take out E3. Then where did I put E2? Is E3, E2? Oh, wait. There's another... Oh, yes, of course. There's another E runner. Jeez. It's so confusing. Why is there an F1 and F2 but there's no E1 and E2 when there's two separate runners? This is so confusing. But yeah, hey guys, keep your song requests coming, man. We are almost done with the feat. And we're gonna have feet picks very soon. Is this Aima? This is Aima, yes. Last Stardust. This song sounds very familiar. Not gonna lie. Or is this a cover? This sounds like a cover. Yeah, feet picks, guys. Feet picks. All right, very soon, very soon. Right? It's almost done. You'll see what I mean in just a bit. Ah! Okay, almost lost this. Man, here's the thing about building Gunpla. The moment you drop like the small bits, it's gonna be hell to look for them. It's gonna be so problematic to look for them. But yeah, we'll be done in just a bit, so we don't have to worry too much about that. Ima just must be sung with the voice of a Rizzler. Why? Wait, what do you mean by a Rizzler? That means someone that can Rizz well? Is that what you're trying to say? She has a very powerful voice though. I'm not sure that's actually what you mean. But yes. I hope... Did someone put in the Fire Force song that she sang? Because that was really great though. A Rizzler. I am not sure if it's actually an appropriate song for a Rizzler. You know what songs are appropriate for a Rizzler? Songs that like are sung by Post Malone and The Weeknd. I think those are the kind of songs that are very much meant for a Rizzler. I mean, then again, just my opinion. Okay, this one will be done in the Jeff Air. Ash to ash. What's this called? Last Stardust? Yeah. Oh, this is a great song. I shall add it to my Asian music list. I have a playlist on my YouTube channel, which is privatized, called Asian Music. I'll probably add it to that. Add this song to that list. Alright. Oh, is this a cover? Oh, this is not... Okay, this is not actually Ima singing. It's a cover of the song, right? Man, whoever this lady is, she did a pretty good job, I would say. Sounds almost like Ima. Oops. Something just popped out. The music slaps. Yo, Brez, welcome in. Hello. It's good to see you here. Sorry, I've not been keeping track of the chat on Kick, but yo, welcome in. It's good to have you, Brez. Welcome. I hope you've been well. Let me wait. I forgot. Did you stream? Do you stream? Oh shit. Okay. If you stream, do let me know. I will give you a shout out because I've had not had a lot of streamers pop into Kick for quite a while. But it's good to see you. How is your Sunday? I assume it's still Sunday, right, over where you are. But welcome in. I currently have song requests open, but on the Twitch side of things. I will, if you have a song request, do let me know. I'll pop it in for you. Yeah. Sleepless Nights. Yeah, this song sounds quite appropriate for what we're experiencing right now. Sleepless Nights indeed. Sleepless Nights. Up and about, trying to complete my Gunpla here, which is taking way too long because, shoot, we were going through like a bunch of stuff on stream about Gunpla getting poisoned. Natsuyuki Rendezvous is the name of the anime. Sounds like a shoujo anime. It's a really good anime in your opinion, right? This song is from the I don't know. It says Sleepless Nights here on the album cover. Oh, by the way, I'm probably gonna put like some title tracks here next time to show what songs are actually playing, or maybe at the site somewhere. Yeah. So hopefully you guys can have an idea of what it's currently playing on stream at the moment. It's too light for the Noir album. I don't know, man. But the person who requested, I think Potoru, you could give a better idea of what exactly it is. Well, where is it from, rather? Okay, A1, A2. $14. Man, it's all the small parts that really make it very take a lot more time for me to complete this. How do I? Oh. F1 16. Oh, speaking of which, has Aima actually come to Singapore before? Has she performed in Singapore before? I mean, I'll be very surprised if she did. I think maybe she has. Like, I may have missed out on it, so I don't know. Unfortunately, I'm not too familiar with Aima songs, so I mean, unless there's another anime with a song on it, I'll probably be more familiar, but that's about it. Yes, she has? Right. I mean, it would make sense, because she's a really popular artist. I think at least in Japan she is. But Yaoi Sobi has kind of like, I think both her and Yaoi Sobi are like kind of like the premier. Like if you listen or you watch anime, generally you've heard like at least one of their songs, right, or something like that. The other person is like Lisa. I think Lisa is the one that at one point was basically doing all the anime songs, including Sword Art, right, which was a great anime for a period of time. And then it basically, after season 2, it just went to shit. Just became too cringe for my liking. Oh shit, okay, we're almost done with the feet. I should probably put Barbie face up. Barbie. My Barbie! Yeah, Sword Art again, another anime which with so much potential but just got wasted because of the manga and the writing in general. I don't know about you guys, but I loved the first 2 seasons, and then I just completely lost track of it, lost interest in it totally. I mean, anyway, there are a bunch of isekai animes out there already. Like, I don't need any more isekai like stories. Rising of the Shield Hero is the one that kind of replaced Sword Art for me, in that sense. Alicia Zation. I don't even know how to pronounce that. Alishization is actually not bad. Gungyo was actually not bad, but I'm quite biased because Shion. Gungyo. Wait, Gungyo was the love interest involved? Was the girl involved? I forgot her name already. Also, there was one scene that they kind of missed in Sword Art Online, which I kind of feel was crucial to the story. Okay, not say crucial. There was like the what was the there was the sex scene, right? You know, they in the manga. It was in the manga, and they was like like what was the sentence the guy used, the protagonist used? Like, don't know how many years of fluid came out, you know, whatever. That was not in the anime, but I think for good reason lah. Yeah. Everybody was just waiting for that scene to happen, you know. Reincarnated as Slime is great. I watched it halfway. I didn't have enough time to complete it. One of the better isekai animes. I did not know that. There is a love scene, alright, in the manga. Just Google, you know, Sword Art Online love scene, sex scene, whatever you want to call it, you know. Yeah, and there was a very sort of, well, it's not an explicit scene, but it was very descriptive in the manga. Hey yo! Eggplant Raid! Hey, let's go. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Shiyong Steffi! Acknowledge!
Yeah.
Shiyong G Steffi, eggplant streamer.
I don't know who my eggplant.
Yeah, she loves eggplants.
So the eggplant has
Hello, Shiyong. Steffi, I should call you Steffi. How are you, man? Welcome to the stream. How was your stream? What were you doing just now? Oh, so yes, if you guys saw that clip just now, you're correct. She's an eggplant streamer. She loves eggplants. What else can I say? And hello everyone from Steffi's stream. Hello, my name is... Oh, there we go. Let's just have a repeat of the raid again. Hi everyone. Hello. Let me switch the scene. Alright, what's up, man? Oh yeah, we are building this kit today. This kit is called Gundam Barbatos, or as I like to affectionately call it, Barbie, right? Which is such is the name of the stream title. You're playing Doki Doki Literature Club, right? Sounds like a game that's right up my alley, because it's about school, right? And yes, guys, my name is Tovakin, and just do a very quick self-introduction. I'm a lecturer by day, streamer by night. I currently am building Gunpla, alright, which is Gundam plastic models, and I do it mostly on the weekends, which is why I'm doing it right now. But on weekdays, you will catch me playing a bunch of RPG games, a bunch of, you know, adventure games, so on and so forth, alright? So, I'm glad you guys are in. Welcome to the stream. I hope you had a fantastic time with Doki Doki. I know it's a very controversial game. I have kind of played it a little myself, so I kind of know what happens. How far are you into the game also? I'm sure there was a lot of interesting stuff that happened while you were playing it. I think interesting is kind of an understatement for that, right? It's a dark. I know it's a dark and emo game. No, it's just not dark and emo at all. It's a dating sim. It's a really good dating sim, I must say. Let's not spoil for the rest of our audience who are the rest of us, the rest of the people here who are uninitiated. Originally, it was mainly fantasy, some slice of life comedy. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of this anime called School Days, by the way. Like, if you think Doki Doki Literature Club was bad, I don't know how many of you have actually played this game or watched this anime called School Days, right? Great anime, very slice of life. Go check it out, man, if you're into those kinds of things. Yoru knows what I'm talking about, right? It's the best. It's the best. It has the best ending in any anime as well. I love it. Yeah. Moving into the early 2000s, they targeted the human's need for purpose and meaning. The notion of dying for someone, fighting for someone else, and Sakura. Moving to the mid 2010s, they turned everything overly sexualized. Right. That sounds pretty much like, yeah, that sounds pretty much accurate, or a very accurate description of Dogi Dogi. But hey, Steffi, thank you so much for bringing your amazing community of 4,000 in. Guys, please enjoy your stay here today because we are doing Gunpla and Chill, or as I like to call it, build chilling. Because we literally just built Gunpla on stream on weekends, and yeah, have a bunch of song requests playing in the background. Song requests are on !SR followed by the YouTube link to the song that you want to hear, and it will pop on your favorite song request. Alright, I'm actually supposed to have ended stream much earlier, but we got distracted by a bunch of things, as it always happens on stream. Alright, this is something that's very consistent. Also, Mask Sound, is good to see you as well. Can we give a shout out to Mask Sound too? Mask Sound is a music streamer. She's a VTube music streamer, VTubing music streamer. I would say that's the best way to describe.
Thank you. This time can our big
and yeah, she shoots most of her cat.
Thank you for the first time chat.
She showcases her cat a lot.
Guantanamo Bay playlist. Wait.
I'm gonna wash out a bit. Yeah,
I'm
those of
using
you, I'm sure you had a
I'm using
really
the
long
Wi-Fi
stream,
call
Steffi. Please, go and do what you gotta do. You know, you gotta chill and stuff.
But hello, welcome.
Do your
welcome to the
post-stream
chat.
stuff. Yeah, please go ahead, man. Thank you for bringing your community here, and I'll catch you again later. Go give all these amazing streamers a follow, by the way, guys. They are solid stuff. Josiah's butler? Wait, is there another, like, dating sim and stuff? I mean, I would be very interested to see what your interests are. I know most of you are into those kinds of things, but yeah, School Days, great anime, by the way. 100% recommend it if you're not the kind that is easily traumatized. Man, you guys must be wondering why this Cher knows so much about these things. You know, it comes with the territory, right? You know, when you teach students who are, you know, into anime and stuff, you kind of have to know these stuff. I am his butler. Oh, the name of the cat is Josiah, right? Which is why you're called Josiah's butler. Yes, so down bad. Depends on how you define down bad. Anyway, okay, you came in just in time because we're actually about to do the feat of Barbie over here. Yes, he's affectionately called Barbie because this Gundam is called Gundam Barbatos from Iron-Blooded Orphans, Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans, and yes, I know what you guys are thinking. He's not actually called Barbie, okay? It's Barbatos, alright? I just love to call him Barbie, because that's what most people call him most of the time. Can do a lot of psychoanalysis on Higurashi. Right, I'm sure. Oh, and with any character in in School Days? Wait, are you referring to a character in School Days? I might be, you know, I might be missing out. Anyway. Wait, hold on. Okay, by the way, if you guys are, you know, wondering why I have a ripped glove right now, it's because actually these gloves are too small for me. I'm supposed to have bought, like, you know, bigger gloves for myself, but unfortunately I don't have, right? And the reason why I'm wearing them is because I don't want to, you know, have my fingerprints go all over this model kit, because as you can see, it's so damn shiny and it's very prone to fingerprints, which is why I have this on. I am supposed to have my black gloves arrive, you know, sometime this week, but apparently it did not, so I'm stuck with these. Don't you mean it takes fun to, well, I mean, sure. Sure. If you want to put it that way. By the way, Yoru, aren't you supposed to be going to work? Nice song. What song is this, though? a Chinese song with like an anime like MD? Am I missing something here, by the way? Also, give me a sec, guys. Let me slot this in. There we go. Oh, okay. Okay, we're doing our feet pics, guys. We're about to take some feet pics. If you know, you know. Okay, I'm just testing it with this, Oh shit, the claws came out. Tomorrow and Tuesday on off, it's Chinese anime. Oh, right. Oh, you mean the previous one. Okay, okay. Sorry, I know the songs move very, very quickly. And I apologize for that, so... Hey, Shiga Shay Seoul? Who put Shiga Shay? This song is called Tao Bao, yeah. By the way, he sang this song at the National Day, in case you guys didn't know. It's called Tao Bao. If you're a Singaporean, you will probably understand the song. If not, it's okay. Just to give you guys a bit of context, it's a bunch of like, you know, dialect. There's a bunch of dialects involved in this song. Chinese dialects. Ba bao. I need to learn this song. It's actually really good, in my opinion. 还有一个板咚. I haven't really been keeping tab of National Day parades. Yeah, he totally did this song at National Day. He rapped it live, I believe. So that was freaking amazing. And I also don't blame you. I haven't been keeping tab on National Day parades. They haven't. This year's one was a bit meh. Also, hello Rezzy, it's good to see you here. Can we give a shout out to Rezzy A's, variety streamer extraordinaire as well. You came in just as we are about to end our run on this.
Acknowledge me.
Acknowledge Rezzy, furry VTuber. If you're into furries and if you're into twerking, I guess. Check him out. I like Annette and Ben 大师藤马是爱. Yeah, they kind of did like a few like Chinese like very Singaporean relatable songs, right? My favorite one is still their Cai Fan, the Cai Fan song. 这个那个 which yeah, some of you may know. 这个那个 how was your Sunday? Rezzy, I hope you're good. Which one? Alright. Sure.
Dang. Was playing Fatal Frame Maiden of the Blackwater. Kinda worn out now.
Ooh. Yeah, I would be worn out by that game as well. Yikes, man. Maiden of Blackwater. Everybody, I know what everybody plays that game for, right? Because it's there's maidens inside, obviously. Oh, good to know you're keeping up with the games and stuff. FF, your favorite? Fatal Frame. Okay, when you say FF, you must be specific.
Does this work?
Oh yeah, it absolutely works. All right. Maiden, not waifu enough. Not waifu enough. Fatal Frame, not Final Fantasy. Now, if you say FF, most people will think it's Final Fantasy. That's how people, you know, abbreviate Final Fantasy. But okay, guys, there we go. Let's go, man. Okay, I got the feet up already for this thing. Very nice. All right, look at that. Holy shit, there's a whole bunch of mechanics behind this thing. Can you guys see this? It's freaking amazing, by the way. Look at that. Feet pics, guys. All right, now's your chance to take your feet pics. Let's go. Okay, it's Babato's feet pics. Okay, very nice. There we go. I don't know, is this how Barbatos actually looks like? By the way, the pun intended, Barbatos. Get it? Barbatosis, Barbatos. Okay, anyway. But look at that, the pistons on the back though. Look at that. Look at the articulation. Holy shit. This is fantastic. $195, by the way. But there we go, guys. Okay, I think it's best to show it to you guys on my palm. Ooh, boy. I haven't done the shoulder pads properly though, if you guys can see this. But there we go, guys. Alright, oop, there we go. The knees are giving way a little. The joints at the knees are a little bit loose, but I think this is the best we have at the point. Oh shit. Ah! Okay, the shoulder pads are out. Shit. Seriously, why are the shoulder pads so hard to stick in? I might need to use Mr. Cement on the shoulder pads. Yeah, they're really loose, man, the shoulder pads. But I think we're good. There we go, guys. Let's go. Gundam Barbie, aka Barbatos. Let's go. Alright, we're done, guys. We are done. Alright, because it's getting real late. Okay. As promised, I told you guys I would finish the lower body part, which is the legs and stuff, and we are done. There we go, guys. Oh, you played a long time ago on Xbox. I think recently it came out on the PC. Was it on the PC, right? Correct, Rezi? I think Rezi was playing it on the PC. Correct me if I'm wrong. But yes, we are done for the night, guys. It's very late, but I appreciate all of you for staying on. Thank you for the claps, alright, on stream. Let's freaking go, man. Let's freaking go. Alright. So we only have just a little bit more left to complete. As you can see, as you can tell, we are down with how many pages? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. We're done with 5 pages, pretty much, of this, so we are left with just a few more, and that is just the waist armor and the backpack. Then pretty much after that, we will be home free with this kit, alright? In case you guys don't know, this kit, right, is called the High Resolution Model from Bandai, right? Which, well, it's really, really expensive, but you can tell how good the quality is.
Are you tired of your average Gunpla streamer?
Botoro, I think you broke Joe Biden. I have no idea what just happened, but I think Joe Biden probably like lost his shit just from the amount of text you gave him to read. Dude is like 70 over years old, so you gotta bear in mind, alright? He's a little bit. You're playing using your brother's PS5. Ah, wait, it's on PS5? Ooh, I had no idea. But yes, what is this? Are you tired of your average Gunpla streamer? Are you looking for Riz? Are you ready to rumble? Well, hop on down to Tovakin's stream, a man of culture whose Riz is over 9,000. I probably said that too loud. It's actually really late. Follow now and you receive a Barbie pic with signature Singaporean hospitality and a transcendent smile. Well, I appreciate that. I didn't know you could actually use that to describe a smile, but dude, I appreciate it. But wait, follow Toe now and you receive 20% off for $19.99 plus shipping and handling. But Toru, are you objectifying?
Joey need get new set of teeth.
Dude, Joe. Are you on something? Joe.
Sorry I came back from seeing Barbie feats.
Alright. Well, let me show you a clearer picture of the Barbie feet. Guys, if you're into that sort of thing, alright, here you go, alright, your Barbie feet.
Cracked Riz.
Cracked Riz. Okay, I don't know what is more hilarious, the broken Joe Biden stuff or the fact that you guys are really, really looking at the into the feet pics, but there we go. Yeah, there we go. Barbie feet pics. All right. Yeah, you guys like that, huh? You like that? Okay, focus, dude. Focus. You like that, huh? You like that? You like that? You like feet pics? Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Right. Subscribe now on my Kick, right? And you'll
The
get
only
more
broken
angles
I
of
see
this.
is this feed after I'm done with it. Vote Tolvakin for feed pics.
I think you guys just need to put Biden and then that's good enough. But guys, thank you so much for the love and the TTS. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the AI TTS, guys. You love that conversation. Yeah, you can do a bunch of combinations for the AI TTS, guys. So go ham. All right.
Bo Jiden.
Bo Jiden, Joe Biden. Oh my god, you guys are insane. But there we go, guys. All right, this is Barbie half done. Well, actually not half done. We are like, I think we are 80% done or 75% done with this Barbie. Look at that. Damn, son. Amazing stuff right here, guys. So in case you guys are wondering how much I got this for, it was like 195 thing, or about $200. What do you mean how high? Okay, I don't have a voice. Okay, I'm actually okay. So actually, I can record like my own voice to make an AI TTS.
I'm a barber girl in the barber world, life in plastic. It's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me every imagination. Life is your creation. Come on, barber. Let's go party. I'm a barber girl. In the barber world, life in plastic. It's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me.
All right, yeah, it kind of cut off there. There's like a limit. Yeah, but let me just let Barbie like vibe to this song, right? I'm a Barbie girl. You know. Okay, I can imagine him vibing to this song, but look at that.
You gave me an aneurysm.
Gave me an aneurysm. Yeah, you don't say, man. Armians, welcome in, man. Okay, but like I said, feed pics, and we are done. Okay, that's it for today, guys. Yeah, this looked absolutely amazing, by the way. I hope you guys enjoyed watching me build this. And dude, like,
where's
if you
my
guys,
meds? I'm high on feet.
where are my meds? Yeah, Joe, yeah, you definitely. So will I ping yo Martin Wells? Welcome in on Kick. Hello, it's good to see you. No, I won't paint it pink. Why would I? It looks freaking amazing as it is. Welcome to the stream, by the way. We're just about
when I'm
to end.
talking to myself. Crack, not feet, Jiden.
Man, you guys are killing me with the AI TTS, man. Martin Wells, good to see you. I think your first time here on the stream. Welcome in. Yeah, we're just about to end stream because we completed like pretty much 75% of this dude over here. Alright. Gundam Barber Toes, right? With the toes, alright? Almost done. So
Hey
we'll
Google,
finish
search
up.
up nearby old folks' home.
Hey dude, don't anyhow write that, okay? It's gonna activate like my Google.
I'm the first president with Alzheimer's and split personality, and I ain't old mine.
Alright guys, well, have fun with the AI TTS, but yes, we're calling it a night with Barbie over here, as you can see. Next stream, we'll be doing up the waist and the backpack, okay, as I showed you guys on the instruction manual earlier on. More to come, alright, and obviously with the end of the stream this week, alright, it's already Sunday, so if you guys are interested to find out when I'm streaming next, exclamation point Discord, that's where you can find me.
Hey Google, seen Barber Girl.
Thank goodness, like, I think my phone is not very clear, doesn't really hear the word Google very clearly, so yeah, I think we're good. Cultured AF. Yeah, you're cultured AF, alright guys, as long as you enjoy it. Like,
Google, do I have split personality disorder?
I don't know, you tell me, man. You tell me. But hey guys, no, but seriously, thank you so much for staying on with
Google, yes.
There's no Google sound, by the way. Right, there's no Google sound, right? But guys, thank you for staying on with me. I know you guys are very excited at seeing this, alright? And also, I'm also very excited to be able to complete this very, very soon. So, do look forward to me finishing this up. And I think very soon we'll have another sub giveaway. By the way, I think Alpha has not been coming onto the stream for quite a bit, so I will probably give the
I'm talking
sub
to
giveaway
myself.
someone else.
Stroke
Like,
Green
if
Ancient.
Samosa is around, is Samosa here? You guys are insane, man.
Hello, Siri. The only sub I want is Party Animals.
Oh yeah, I should probably go and get Party Animals, right? $27 on Steam? Yeah, quite worth it. If Samosa is on stream, I'll give her a sub, but if not, I'll pass it on to David.
Funny. I too am talking to myself.
Alright, guys. Chill. Alright. We're gonna call it a night. Thank you so much for staying on with me. I hope you guys enjoyed the building stream. I hope you guys enjoyed, you know, the song requests and stuff, but I gotta head on out, man. Again, I'll be streaming very soon, and we'll probably be on a Wednesday, but do pop into my Discord.
Pepperman Cook.
Oh my god. What kind of announcer sound is that? But yeah, that's my Discord. That's where you can find my schedule, and I will put it up tomorrow because it's kind of late already. All right, so I'm gonna hit the bit, and I'll let you guys know when I'm streaming next, and I'll put it up on my Twitch. Well, not my Twitch, on my Twitter,
Ray
X,
Mysterio,
whatever you call it.
We'll see y'all when you're on.
Yeah, there's no Ray Mysterio voice, by the way. You can check out like the link.
Head to the Discord for more news, Gundam, and Diablo 4.
There we go. Diablo 4 maybe not so much now, but the next game that we'll be playing will be Spider-Man and maybe Armored Core. So look forward to that, guys, because as you guys know, Spider-Man 2 is coming out, so I'm aiming to play and complete that game by hopefully before the game comes out, right, which is in a few, like another 3 more weeks if I'm not wrong. So yes, next game, Spider-Man, and then we'll be doing a little bit of Armored Core, like finally, right, this Thursday. I've been calling for it. People have been asking, you guys have been asking for it, so I'll finally...
I agree, Obama. Go to Intelligence Discord for more news on streams also. Could you give me my meds?
I don't have your meds, Biden. Go find them yourself. I mean, you got your security detail, right? Jeez. I mean, what are they paying you, right? What are they paying you for? Goodness. Do your job, right? Security. Anyway, guys, I really appreciate you for staying on. It's really late, so I'm not gonna go on and on anymore.
Stop leaving me out of this conversation, Ben, and go get her meds on the floor.
You guys know, like, you guys sound like a bunch of schizos, right, at this point. Oh my goodness. Okay, anyway, I see that there's 3 viewers on Kick at the moment. So guys, please hop on to Kick because I really do wish to host
You're
someone.
cheeky, Trump, very cheeky.
Oh my god, this is all sorts of chaos at the moment, guys. I don't even know where to begin. But yes, guys, do hop on to my Kick. We're gonna find someone to host on the stream. And we're gonna find someone to raid on Twitch as well. So we're gonna duel, we're gonna host, and we're gonna raid people on 2 separate platforms. So I hope you guys, would you guys so kindly pop onto my on the Kick platform. All right,
Got my meds and kicking the heck out of the stream. Go raid yourself if you need it.
Wait, who is this? Spicy You. Okay, wow. She's got a lot of viewers. Okay, who is streaming? Ipo Dempsey Rowe, Augie Wolfie, Glass.
Wait, now I'm schizophrenic.
Guys, you are distracting me, man. Okay, I'm trying to find someone to raid. Give me a sec. Real quick. Alright. We have Rosie Nagi, we have Okome Cloud Play, Elden Ring. Princess Looney Tunes. She's doing music. Oh, damn. Okay, it's been a while since we raided Luna. Oh, Foxstar
The
Torina
only
is
thing
playing
distracting is
Arc
your eyes,
Knights.
my dude.
Oh my god, guys, stop. Okay. Foxstar Torina is playing Arc Knights. Interesting. Do any of you want to play to check out Arc Knights stuff?
The only thing distracting me is Toe's cheeky face.
Oh my god, stop. Alright guys. Okay, I get it. You guys are infatuated with me, okay? I appreciate it. Okay, wait, let's see who is actually doing Makers and Craft. Maybe today I feel like rating someone new that is doing Makers and Craft. Alright. Who knows? Actually, we might find someone that's doing Gunpla. So let's go and find someone. Maybe someone's doing Gunpla besides me. Someone's playing Arc Knights. Makers and Gun Gems or Gun. Ooh, Fruo. Who's this? Fruo. Someone's building Gunpla. Gun Gems or Gun Jelly? Hey, what Gunpla? What Gundam is this? Is this the Thunderbolt Gundam?
The only thing new. Seeing your cheeky face.
Alright, guys, alright. Alright, guys, you're breaking the bot, alright? You're breaking the bot already. Okay, I think we'll rate someone new. He goes by the name of
Yes,
Fro.
we infatuated with you because you dad to a cheek.
Okay, guys. Alright. Alright, stop. Alright. I need to get this right, okay? We are gonna raid out the Fro. Who's building a Gundam. I don't know which Gundam he's building, but we'll check him out. I mean, we're always down for meeting new friends and possibly, you know, checking out a new
It
kit or
seems we
something.
gave you a stroke, Toe. Don't die on us.
Alright, I won't die because I am going to raid out soon, okay? So, but guys, you have been freaking amazing. Thanks for thanks for sending in all the AITTS message, alright? Copy and paste the raid messages. It'll be real nice if some of you could pop over to Kick to boost up the numbers because we want to find someone to host on Kick as well. Oh, Amaranth is streaming on Kick. Okay, we're not gonna rate Amaranth. Okay, don't worry. I'm not gonna bring you guys over
Time
there.
to wake up, soldier. Time to raid.
Wolfie, thank you for the good nights and stuff. Do distribute your pillows. Who else is doing wood carving? The park is open. 3D printing. Oh shit! No one is
Shrimp
Yes.
Obama raid the Amaranth.
The Armor Shrimp and Obama raid the Amaranth.
If you need a handyman, I'm pretty handy.
Guys, we need another 2 more people on Kick to host someone. Alright. Okay, wait. Who else is wait, let's see. Just chatting. Oh, wow, Armor of Ranth
I
is
sniff
right
hair
at top.
for a living. Hair for a living. Sniff of hair for a living. Left for living.
Ayo Daisy? She went offline. Okay, wait, hold on. Who else is who is streaming right now? Chris Travels. I mean, I want to find someone that could use a boost on the views. Just chatting is a very slippery slope. Let's just say, guys. All right. Because you get a bunch of really weird streams.
자다다 간 편의점 간
TTS is yeah, because you guys keep spamming it, alright? We gotta hit up a beer sometime soon. All of us probably have to. We should probably get some beers together. If you guys are heading to the Yaoi Sobi concert when the tickets come out, maybe that'll be a good time to meet. Yeah, I think that would be a great time to meet all of you if you guys are planning to go Yaoi Sobi. Alright, seriously, is there no one else like that's kind of like streaming on On Kick, that has an interesting personality. Whoa, Yaoi Sobi. She's coming to Singapore, so yeah, we're gonna check her out. Who should we rate, to be honest? There's way too many. Kinda new to Kick. Come and chat with me.
Even though like I'm walking a little bit like this with them, well,
God bless Yato, Executive Order Yasobi. Wait, what is Yasobi?
Yaoi Sobi is she's a Japanese artist.
you know what I mean.
Kinda new to Kick.
Knock knock, it's your neighborhood handyman.
Okay, alright guys. Alright. We will Thailand, Bangkok, John Tent? Small fandom. Smashing Pokemon. Someone's playing Pokemon. Okay. Maybe there's something
My
that's up your
handyman
alley.
is my right hand, me brain.
Okay, cool. Alright guys. Feed me please. Would you guys like to check out someone that's playing Pokemon? Okay, I know what you guys are thinking, alright? I really don't know who else to host on Kick, to be honest. I don't know ideas. Fun about town.
Can I see your card? Passport.
Which one? I have now too many.
I live in the city of Pattaya. I'm 24 years old. I like chatting and getting to know people from all around the world. Tangy looks like he has been through some real trauma. Yes. You guys are traumatizing him. Okay. We'll just read out to someone. Okay.
That
I
chick
mean,
need more fabrics.
shall we check her out?
She
Fun
worked
about
on the
town.
range.
She's from Bangkok. I mean, I just came back from Bangkok, so I think maybe we'll just show her some
Chico,
love, okay?
I stop.
Chico. She looks underage. She looks like someone that's working at the checkpoint or something like that. She's checking people's passport. Yeah, exactly. What's she doing? Okay. Yeah, I think this is quite an interesting. Is that an SG passport? I don't think so. Oh wait, she's going away to somewhere.
Chico Peck,
What Chico Pig? Come
Bolu
on.
Code Tech.
We are rating her because I think what she's doing is kind of interesting. I don't know why she's checking people's passports, but let's show her some love, okay, guys? Do stay on for the host on both sides. We're gonna rate Fro, who's building Gunpla on Twitch as well, and we're gonna rate Fun About Town, who I don't know, it's checking people's passports and stuff. All right, okay, guys, copy and paste the rate messages if you haven't already. Let's show some love to the people that we are hosting and rating. Guys, again, thank you so much
No
for
need to
being
remind
here.
me of my cheekiness and sniff hair.
All right, sure. At least this girl got more fabrics. It's not about fabrics, guys. It's about what the content, right, that they're streaming. But guys, yeah, do pop into my Discord if you haven't already, if you want to find out when I'm streaming next, all right? Until then, guys, I'm going to kickstart the raid as we send you guys off to the respective streams. Fro on Twitch and... are we raiding out on Twitch? Because I can't see jack shit. Hook me up if you're playing Party Animals. Yeah, I will. If I do get it. Okay, we're raiding out? Okay, nice. We are gonna host, yeah, and we're gonna host Fun About Town. Okay, so do stay on Kick. We're gonna check out both these amazing people. I'll see you guys this coming Wednesday for more, well, not more, for a new game, Spider-Man, and then some Armored Core, okay? Alright? Sweet dreams, sweet memes. Thanks for shouting out, Fro.
She's gonna go.
Oh, looks like he plays Resident Evil as well. The not so great Resident Evil, unfortunately.
The one behind me.
All right, guys. Have a great week ahead.
I killed him already, though. I blew his
Okay,
head
anyway.
off. You saw when I blew his head off.
All right, guys. Anyway, I'm out. Okay, I'll catch you guys on the streams again very, very soon. Thanks for watching.